Back YouTube, we're going to be getting back into our Survivor Man Challenge. I did not update my category or thing on Twitch, so hang on YouTube. For once, you get to wait on Twitch, which is usually the other way around because I have to stop at all that, so I do apologize. But I didn't do my things correctly because I'm just silly. And now we're bailing. Survivor Man Challenge continues, or some nonsense. And then put in the Survivor command for everyone checking this out on Twitch. That way when people go, what is the Survivor Man Challenge? We have a wonderful command for that. All right. Professional steamer finds progress. Yeah, but yeah, so with the way the challenge works, we start with a chainsaw and $0 and all that. Oh, I also need to do the thing on Discord where I announce a change. Because very genuinely, I've noticed, especially with how much people are into Farm Sim, when I announce that I change games on Discord, I usually have like a decent number of people pop in really quickly. Switching to Farming Simulator 22. And I know I've been playing a lot of this lately, like a lot of this lately, and some people are like, could you play less? Sorry. But yeah, so when we started, I got this bus, this burnt out bus with the wood fire stove, the bed of nightmares, and the MREs. All this is a sleep point. It's just fast forward time. It doesn't serve any other function. It's just fast forward time. We also had this truck, which one of my rules is I may not sell it. And the entire reason we gave ourselves the truck is this used to be a forest on this hill here. And it's just so that for those tuning in live, they didn't have to watch me real time grab one chunk of log, run it the whole way back to sell point, one by one, and all that kind of good stuff. So we got that. From there, we cut down those trees. We moved on. We got ourselves some greenhouses that have been serving us pretty well. Those greenhouses afford us enough money that we're able to put down some fields. These fields gave us enough money that we got a granary, which got enough money to make a bakery, which got us enough money to buy this land. You get the idea. We've been slowly climbing. Where we're at right now is we have just hit time to harvest. Do you have an AI driver in here? What's going on right now? Why are you... There you go. Okay. We did get our first bale pulled aside. So let's grab you. Are you full? Yes, you are. So let's grab that. Did I just see the baby tractor? Yeah, so we keep the little 25 horsepower tractor around. All it does nowadays is it just delivers water. That is all it does anymore. Because anything more than that, it really can't handle. For context, this is a 100 horsepower tractor. So this is basically 4 of that tractor's power. And even this will struggle, like, lifting this up the hill. And then the big tractor over there is like 350 or something horsepower. So that just gives you context of like how much power difference there is in our various tractors. Yeah, the bakery is our primary income right now. And all these other things I'm doing are basically in service of keeping the bakery fed. We are making about $119,000 every season now. And we could actually make more than that, probably by about $20,000 or so if I do everything right. We've just been borrowing from the pot the last couple years as I upgrade my equipment. The big things we got this time is we did get the baler. What stuff? Do you know the average horse can generate 8 horsepower? Yeah. We actually, we had that, the conversation a little while back that it was like, you know, a horsepower is like what a horse uses, you know, kind of on average when it's not doing anything or whatever. All right. Yeah, I think it was a horsepower was what a horse does on, like, average in general. Like, between its ups and downs kind of thing. Whereas, like, a horsepower actually, like, properly going for it can do considerably higher than a horsepower. Alright, so the question here is, will I be able to pick up that... Actually, I don't need to worry about that. Ultimately, I'm going to want to be able to try and pick up those bales to sell them. We can worry about that in a minute. Alright. Let's see, when you forget about the whole AI drivers things, suddenly very alarming to watch you jump out of a moving harvester. It's probably fine. You just run and catch up to it, right? What could possibly go wrong? But yeah, I did mess up at the beginning of this one that I forgot to, at some point I accidentally must have hit the button to, you know, keep it dumping the straw out. So unfortunately I have this, like, big track where we, you know, chop the straw up. It does make me curious if there's any benefit at all for chopping the straw up versus dumping on the ground. Like, the dumping on the ground, obviously I get the advantage of doing, like, the baler and that nonsense. Oh, I don't remember what the key is. Yeah, I haven't used the balers enough to really keep in mind the different buttons for it, so I gotta turn on the helper. Unload baler. Okay, oh. Why are you not... Oh, it has to, like, close again. That's fine. Alright. Let's see, if you remember correctly, there's a benefit to mulching the field, but I can't remember what it is. Gotcha. So we're just going to go ahead and let this sit here for a moment. And get this top, you know, filling this up. But ideally what I'd like to do is load up those bales at least enough that I can then turn around and sell those bales to buy the thing that lets me pick up the big round bales. You know, it's automatically, quote-unquote. It's not that you just... all the bales just get pulled in, you just push a button and everything happens, but there's like a hook on the side of the trailer. And as long as you line it up with those, it just pulls them into the trailer. So it'll definitely be good if we can get there. Alright. The question is, if I grab our big flatbed thing, can I teleport, or can I do the thing where we auto-load it, or do I have to go and get the hooks? Which I have to get the hooks, it's not that big a deal. We do have, the only mods we have are the map itself, and there's a mod called Universal Autoloader, which I do have just for the sake of dealing with pallets. Otherwise this becomes Pallet Jack Simulator with the side of farming. So let's see if this trailer can actually pick those up. I suspect it can. We'll see how well it does, though, since they're big round things and they'll naturally really want to roll. Okay. But yeah, so the immediate objectives we have right now is my next purchase is I want to get the thing where I can pick up those round bales very easily, because that'll make my life way easier because I don't have to do lap after lap after lap with the foraging wagon that we used to own that we sold to get rid of it because it's a big pain. And that'll save me a lot of time on dealing with the picking up the bales and whatnot. Actually, let's leave that for a moment. Yeah, and that's in real life. We're talking about in-game what function it serves. I'm sure they model in real life. Sometimes they do. A lot of times they do. Not always, though. There's a lot of functionality that when you look at the game, it just does not emulate what you'd expect. Right, like the game just says you're not allowed to fertilize a second time. You fertilized too recently, it's right out. Alright. Well, I was expecting that to go better, it's fine. I am blocking your way, it's fine, stop crying. It's good enough, I'll be able to get this. But first, I'm going to need to go over to you. Yeah, you can fertilize twice, twice in the game, but you have to, like, do a random process. So it's just, like, it's a gamification thing where they're like, no, you can't just do 2 passes of fertilizer, do an extra slow pass to get the fertilizer down. It's like, no, you gotta do 1, and you gotta do literally, like, anything else, then you can do another. Can't have you fertilizing your field too fast. That's just weird. Alright. Yeah, so get all our wheat so our granary starts going again. Okay, you're basically full up, so let's get you out of the way. Not full up. It's empty. Alright. I wonder if the pilot... Okay. I was curious if the, if a worker would be able to do this part. The answer was no. But weirdly enough, we found that they can do the windrower step. So it could even be a thing way later on as we just get a giant windrower. And then they do like 2 passes, 3 passes for an entire field. And then this can happen super fast. But that'll be a later consideration. Alright. What are you doing with the straw? Selling it. It's just a supplementary income. It's not amazing money, but like, it is slightly more. The forge trailer? We got rid of the forge trailer in favor for the bales. And the reason we're doing that is ultimately I can get a trailer for the bales that lets me just scoop up way more to go. I know I zigzagged off. We had a spot I missed and I want to just grab it. Because like the problem with the foraging wagon is I would pick up about a row and a half. It would get full, and I have to drive it all the way up to the sell point, and then come back, and that was like painfully slow. Versus this, I can leave all of these here, and then we can just get the bale picking up thing, and we can just race through at near full speed and scoop them up. That's that I don't have that trailer yet, but I should be able to sell a handful of these and be in good order. The other reason I wanted to do it is if I get these big bales like this, for the sheep, instead of just taking the foraging wagon, dropping the tiniest little bit of grass off it, being like, I'm full, and then like 2 days later having to do it again, I just put a giant wheel of grass in front of it, and it'll slowly pick away at that wheel of grass until it's empty, and then it'll, you know, do that. Okay. All right. But as you can see, now I can just, like, if we could assume, like, each one of those bale rolls is probably similar to about how much you're picking up with the foraging wagon, give or take a little bit. And you can just get an idea, so that'd be, like, 4 laps I would have done with it already. Okay. But I think our next investments, like I said, are going to be that bale wagon with the hooks to load up the bales real fast. After that, I'm honestly debating whether we just get another tile. Just like right ahead, just go ahead and get like really soon, just get another tile. I could also see potentially trying to save up to get the cultivator and sprayer, which is probably what we'll do. Which will be sprayer first, then cultivator, because the cultivator is useless without the sprayer, and the sprayer is useful without the cultivator. So I could see doing that. Once that's done, we're probably at the point that that harvester really needs to be upgraded, but I could also see putting off upgrading the harvester to get another plot of land and then upgrade the harvester. Because each plot of land I'm getting now is increasing our profit by roughly 40,000 or so per harvest, per season, whatever you want to go with, because of how much flour we're getting spat out of here. But pretty soon I'm going to start running into limitations where I won't be able to do all the work that needs doing without messing with time. Which is fine if I have to do it. Like, there's no rules about the run about me going, okay, on the busy day, cut time in half. Oh wait, that's forbidden, or anything like that. Alright. And get you into position. And get back to this. Yeah, because if you look at how much each one of these bales are, they're like 12,000 liters or some nonsense of straw per bale. So they are pretty ridiculously large. I also believe that little tractor can also handle this baler, if I remember correctly. So it's probably gonna be one of those things. Oh, wait. Why aren't you? There you go. I think I just need to give an extra second to reset after the bale drop. But, so I do think what's going to ultimately happen is once we have the, once we have the first field done, I'll send the harvester on to the next field. I'll take the blue tractor and I'll tell the blue tractor to just race around here doing the plowing. Meanwhile, I'll take the yellow and green tractor. I'll have to run around and do more than I can really handle by myself. It'll be fine. It is what it is. It also makes sense in our future to get the windrower. But, like, we got one previously, but it's only good for about 2 paths. It definitely feels like I'm gonna need to get, like, a big windrower to make it worth our while. So where I could go by and, like, consolidate, you know, 3, 4, 5 paths all in one go. And then that baler, you know, I'd, you know, spit out 2, 3 bales per row or whatever it ends up being. I didn't quite get that lined up. All right. But yeah. Did we check the price and stuff? Right, so we actually do have a bigger harvester for sale right now. That it's not bad. But it's just way out of my budget. As much as I'd like it, it's way out of my budget. What is our current one worth if we go to upgrade? 20,000. Not a whole heck of a lot. So 30,000 if you include the header. So the point is, that's not going to put that big of a dent on when I go to buy a new one. Oh yeah, no, for the harvester, it's a good deal. It's like slightly better than half off. If I had the money, I would absolutely buy it. But I'm sitting on 40,000. Even if I sold literally all the product I've got sitting around, it wouldn't give us enough because it's not the right time to sell. Pretty soon, I think we turn the greenhouse to just sell as we go. Like, it's been fine for now, but I think eventually we'll just say sell as we go because it won't make that much money extra, you know, selling it in and out of season. Versus having the constant trickle income would be a lot easier to deal with. Versus the flour and the bakery absolutely don't wait on. We'll see. Like, right now I don't need to make any decisions like that. But we'll get there. Alright, so give it a moment to reset. Okay. So I just need to make a conscious thing to not just go as fast as I can, just give it like a second or two to reset the baler. All right. We'll see how this goes. The big problem is keeping that harvester running. That harvester doesn't have much space to load in it. So it's like one lap is a full load for it. How much space does that harvester have in it? So you have 4,900 liters versus that one that's on sale is 12,000. So, you know, definitely nowhere near the same size. All right. Okay. I'm curious if I do the back and forth in that field as opposed to up and down, if the rock won't be a problem. I suspect I'll be just trading the rock for the bakery being the or the granary being the problem, but you know. That is what it is. Alright, almost done with the biggest field, so that's good. Well, the biggest field we have today. I have one field that's bigger now, but it's sorghum, not oats. Or not wheat. Which does make me curious if it would be worth next time, instead of growing the sorghum, switching to something else. But the problem is, even if I switch to something that isn't wheat, all the other grains do overlap heavily. Can that rock be nuked somehow? So there is a sign you can cut down at the entrance of the map that will delete all of the rocks on the map. That is an option. It's an option I don't want to take personally. What I'm going to do eventually, and I keep saying this, I keep not doing it, is I'm going to shorten that field enough that the rock isn't a problem anymore. Is the plan. Because I like having the random rocks and the random, like, you know, pocket of trees and all that. It just makes the map more interesting. You gonna buy this game right now? Nice. It's a fun game. They do have pretty decent sales, so if it's not on sale right now, they do have decent sales. If you want all the DLC, the premium edition is the way to go. They have the base game, the premium edition, and the platinum edition. The base game, you just get the base game. The premium edition, you get the base game plus the year 1 and 2 season passes. About the only thing it's missing is it's missing like 1 DLC or 2 DLC that have like a couple tractors. Nothing particularly really different. And then they've got like the hoses DLC, which I have no idea about one or the other. The year 1 and 2 season passes, they do give you a whole bunch of additional crops in the game, like carrots and parsnip and all that is one of them. The grapes and olives, I believe, were another one, which a lot of people don't actually like the grapes and olives. But the point being, you got additional stuff. They do give you extra maps. So there's all that. There you go. You can add on the mods. Yeah, just to keep in mind, if you plan on playing multiplayer, you will need any DLC other people are running. Just keep that in mind. So if the other people have the year 1 and year 2 season passes, and the host has those turned on, you won't be able to play with them at all without them. And where you say you can add it all with mods, it's not that you literally add the DLC with mods, so you're not getting exactly the same thing, so much as others will have like their own implementation of it, is the way I will phrase it. Now maybe you can find like unofficial copies of the DLC or something like that, but it would still be a thing if you ever do plan on playing with others. Simon says the year 1 bundle is only like $50, which is like $20 more than the base edition. Yeah, so that's the thing. The premium edition comes with the base game, the year 1 season pass, and the year 2 season pass. The platinum edition comes with the base game and the year 2 season pass, but not the year 1 season pass. So it is one thing to keep in mind with all that. So most of the time, the premium edition is going to be, you know, the best bang for your buck, and you'll be in good shape for playing with others and all that. They also add in a whole bunch of extra buildings, equipment, and all that kind of stuff with the various DLC as well. Like extra production lines and nonsense like that. But yeah. Yeah, that's the only reason I say that, because one big confusion thing I hate with the way they do their stuff is there's the premium DLC and the premium edition. The premium DLC is part of the year 1 season pass, which is part of the premium edition, but, you know, the premium DLC is not the premium edition. Then there's the platinum DLC, which is part of the platinum edition by proxy of being part of the year 2 season pass, but, you know, the premium edition comes with the platinum DLC as well because it has the year 2 season pass. It's a whole mess. All they need to do was be like base game with year 1 and 2, like, you know, like base game deluxe or whatever. It comes with like almost everything. I actually don't really see a reason for them to sell the base game and the second year season pass as a combo without the year 1 season pass. To me, it's just a weird thing that just adds confusion. Like, people are either going to want the base game and all the major DLC, or the base game itself and nothing else. Like, I don't that middle ground is the place where I'm like, but why? And also, they should just change the name. Okay. But yeah, so that's the way I've been suggesting to people. If you're gonna buy the game, either buy the base game and none of the DLC, or buy the base game with all the DLC. Which, like I said, all is not technically true. There's like 1 or 2 minor tractor packs that you really don't need. And then there's the hose in that, which I don't even know what it does. And says, sometimes I swear companies are confusing stuff on purpose just to try and squeeze extra money out of people who get it wrong. Maybe. But, like, hopefully people will be in that refund window on Steam and just refund it, if that did come down to it. It is the one thing that, as far as like the actual sale of the game, is a little annoying, is just that whole premium edition, platinum edition confusion thing. Like, that's the only big issue they have there. Yeah, that's I'm in the same camp as Psy Omegas. I generally lean towards incompetence over maliciousness. You know, unless something is like very overtly malicious, then usually it's the left hand wasn't talking to the right hand kind of thing within a company. Like, the amount of times you have communication breakdowns, or you set up like something at one point and then you forgot about it and you made your next thing and didn't look back at your previous thing. Oh no, I don't disagree with that, Panorex. Panorex says you used to, but companies in general have soured me in recent years. Yeah, I wouldn't say that part's different. Like again, I don't usually assume they do it for malice. There's definitely a time where they do it for profitability purposes. But like generally speaking, most of the time you're not trying to be overtly screwed. You know, unless it's Ticketmaster. When Congress goes to intervene because your business practices are that shady. Yeah. That's a time to take a good long look in the mirror and then pay some exorbitant fine, because for the government to feel like they need to involve themselves because you're just that awful. Yeah. I've jokingly said there's a couple unofficial lists that happen every year that's like, you know, top 10 worst companies in name region. Like there's probably a European equivalent, I would assume, but they have one here for like, you know, the worst company in America or whatever, and it's the top 10 list. It's always like a bunch of the ISPs usually make it up there because they got some pretty awful practices. There's like one or two banks that make it up there who are particularly well known for being pretty awful. And I always joked saying, you know what should happen is whoever's on like the worst company, they should be forced to cease operations. Whatever company is bad enough that it's like universally reviled. It's like, yeah, you're so despicable, we're gonna go ahead and tell you you're not allowed to operate. I don't want them to actually do that, by the way. There's lots of reasons why that would be a bad thing, but you kind of feel like if you're on the shame list, there should be a thing where you have to be like, yeah, okay, your leadership has to all resign. Clearly you're so despicable that we universally don't like you. Maybe you should cease operations on principle. What was... Oh. Which the number one company got bought by number two company years back. Monsanto and Bayer. Doesn't surprise me. Most of the companies up there are the type of company that acquire a company after a company after a company and enjoy monopolies and whatever. Which is why they're so reviled. You're forced to do business with them, even if you hate them. Penner said there was a delivery company that's so universally hated and borderline criminal, they finally got caught wind of public opinion and rebranded. Well, that's Bright House / Spectrum / Time Warner Cable / there was another name in there that they kept making the top 10 list again and again. And for a while there, and I don't believe it was necessarily because of the top 10 list, it was just seen as like so bad for their branding and everything that they actually did bother to like rebrand again and again because it was like bad PR. But I don't think it was because of the top 10 list. It was they were getting such a horrible reputation for having like the worst customer service among ISPs, which is saying something. Like, it's a very low bar to start with. But yeah, there's what was it? There was one company that was I can't remember the name of it. It was a company that had like a really bad PR. It was one out of left field, like it was like a toy company or something. But it had gotten itself, it was only like the 8th position on that list. It was something pretty low for the list. And it was bad enough. They actually had an interview with the CEO, and the company actually had like this whole turnaround story where they actually started like properly fixing the things that people were angry about. And it was the CEO had gone to have like their extended family had gone to like, I don't know if it's Christmas or Thanksgiving or whatever, but they were having a big extended family get together. And I think they said it was their niece basically had given them an earful about how awful the company was. And it was enough that they were like, oh, you know what, yeah, we're gonna actually try and fix this. That it was the fact that the bad PR was coming home for the holidays that was finally the straw that was like, yeah, we're going to do something about this. And I thought that was hilarious. And to my understanding, I wish I could remember the name. It wasn't, I don't think it's KB Toys. It was one of those kind of companies. That it was just one of those things that it was enough that that was the thing that convinced them to be like, okay, we could do better. And it was actually one of those things that they got themselves off of the list and to being relatively a positive brand again. It was something, I can't remember what even the nightmare thing about. I think it was like they had like really awful return policies and all that kind of thing. It was like just, there wasn't one particularly terrible thing they did. It was just kind of a basket of not good. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's like a basket of like not good kind of things that just kind of compounded into awful. I wish you could remember. This is going back to like the late 90s, like 98, 99, somewhere in that time frame. I haven't kept up with the list in years. That used to be one of the things that I would just do, like kind of like for personal interest, is just look up the list and see who was on the list each year. Because at the time, that was when I was dealing more on the IT side versus the software dev side. And there was a certain amount of, you know, you're frustrated dealing with whatever garbage each ISP hands you, whoever you're stuck dealing with. So seeing them constantly make the shame list, you know, there's a certain catharsis, even if it didn't really do anything, to see them show up and be like, yeah, it's not just me who dislikes these people. I used to look that stuff up. There was, I used to look up the Tiobe index. I'm probably mispronouncing that. Which, for those who don't know what that is, it is, it's just once a year. There's a group, I believe it's Tiobe is how it's pronounced. I could be wrong. That they look at the various programming languages, how much different companies are hiring for those languages, you know, how much it's changed year to year. And it's the index is basically trying to keep track of like, hey, here are the languages that we're seeing growth in, that more people are using the languages. Here are the languages that we're seeing, you know, less jobs in, and all that kind of stuff. So it's a way of trying to quantify how much, you know, the tech stacks that things run on are moving around here and there. All right, so let's drop that off. I'm gonna see if you can handle this. I don't know if you can. We're gonna find out. But it's always interesting. That's actually been the curiosity thing of like watching the index. Oh, you're already almost full? That's unfortunate because you're not positioned well. But like watching the index changes, that like on the top has been like Java has been on the top or near the top for like ever. C, C++, a bunch of them have been way up there forever. But for like almost the last decade, consistently like Java and C and C++ have all been everyone slowly declining. Python is way up there. It's also those ones that we've seen a slow, like it was building up a couple years back, but has started to see a dip in the amount of people using it the last couple years, where it's been going down. It's still, and when I say these are going down, like Python or like Java going down, people are like, "Oh no, I should clearly stop learning Java." Oh God, it's still the #1 language on there. You're fine. If you're sitting at like 40% market share and you go down 1.2% market share, congratulations. You're still at like 38 and some change market share. You're fine. Now, if you're something that you've got like 8% market share and you're going down, maybe that's the point you started sweating. But yeah, no, I don't know like how long it's been going down. I think it's only been like the last year or two that Python's been losing a little bit. They still are a dominant player. I think they're like they're either like second, third, or fourth most used programming language right now. They're somewhere up in that range. But it was basically C# had like jumped up like a full 1.5%, so it was like considered like the winner of the year or whatever, just because of the amount it had gone up. It was so much. Whereas it was like Python, Java, JavaScript, C++, C, and PHP were all down for the year, I thought. Which we're saying down, we're talking like the worst was like 2%. Like, I think one of the big upsets was for like the really old school languages, like Fortran and COBOL and all that. I want to say it was like Fortran did a big jump ahead on COBOL out of nowhere, which I don't really know why that happened. Was it just... It was probably most likely more people who were using COBOL stopped using it than Fortran suddenly gaining some big boom in the number of people using it. Yeah, also with pan-referencing, that doesn't necessarily mean Python is getting less usage. It could very well be the other language saw increased usage. I would actually honestly guess that's probably one of the biggest parts of it, is that we have seen C# has been gaining a lot of mileage. You also have just an increased number of software developers in general, so it could even be that a lot of them are up in total number of people, but because there's just more and more, if they're more and more in the other languages, you get the idea. So let's see what happens. Okay, so it's going to put them that way. But as far as the market share, a little surprised Python isn't seeing more of an AI surge. I think the big reasons you're seeing that is just the frameworks that AI has been programmed in, more so than, you know, language, you know, this language or that language being better at it. Because I would actually agree that of the languages, Python does seem like one of the ones out of the box better suited for AI, just being a functional language as opposed to an object-oriented language. But if the people who are chasing AI are more into other stacks, that could be a thing. That does happen. You'll have tools that aren't particularly well suited for a job be the ones who lead in that job in the short term, just because that's where the interest is. Just the same, you'll have languages that are really well suited for a whole broad thing of things. They'll kind of get themselves... I was expecting that to... Oh, I just had to unhook him. Okay. I was expecting that to just go in there real easy. So the good news is this can pick up bales, but where this can pick up, I think that was 5 bales, the trailer we're looking at getting is going to be able to pick up at something like 24 or 32 bales or some nonsense like that. And where this would have to stop, say, hey, put it on, stop, put it on, stop, put it on. The other one, you just drive by with the hooks and it just scoops it up. There's a like, it only goes so fast, so if I like just went full tilt, I wouldn't be able to keep up with it, kind of thing. But it does make this part of the process way faster. Like, I'd be able to pick up this entire field in one go of it, which is the reason why we're saving up to get it. That's also the reasons why I'm looking at potentially, after we get that set up, can I catch this in time? Oh, I'm on the wrong side. I think I'll manage to get to the point of turning around. But, if we're lucky, I get the windrower, we get an extra tile, and for the moment we just mow it. And sure, it won't be a huge amount of extra income, but that'll be something I could do that could take advantage of that baler while I save up to, you know, set up a new crop. So instead of just doing more grains, move into something like canola for the oil or whatever. Wifey. It's tomb sleepy time? But how will you get your grains?
You'll get them for me. That's what husbands are for.
Okay, I'll get you all of your sorghum.
Yay. I want sorghum.
One of these days I should probably look up. Like, I know you make sorghum flour, but like, what is the things people actually make with sorghum?
I will say... sorghum.
Well, it's right, but it's like, you know, there's wheat bread,
Yeah.
there's like regular like white bread kind of stuff. Like, is sorghum bread its own special kind of bread? Like, is that what naan is made out of? I have no idea about any of these things. I assume it's a type of bread that is made out of sorghum versus a type of bread that is made out of our stuff. Wow. Surprisingly, the green screen really struggles with your shoulder in that shirt.
I mean, it is a green shoulder.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, I guess it is. It is like a light green. That's fair.
I love you.
I love you more.
Bye, chat.
You sleep well.
Eventually.
Never. Can't make me. Gluten-free and low sugar. Is that what it actually makes? Like, I genuinely don't know. I'm actually curious. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Bread can be made out of almost any grain. Right, but usually you have, like... That is correct? Okay, that's good to know. But yeah, because that's, usually what happens, though, is a lot of times you'll have, like, it'll be a subcategory of bread. You'll have, like, bread versus sourdough bread versus this kind of bread. So it's still all bread, but it's, like, a subtype of bread. Green screen leaking? Yeah, it happens. I probably need to tweak it again. I did move around a little bit of light the other day for, setting up the Lego cam. Trying to remember, the trailer was 50, right? 50,000 for the bale loader? Yeah, 50,500. That's what we're aiming for. 50,500. We're probably not going to make that happen because we're going to end up... This may end with defined bread. Well, I mean, right. Like, don't get me wrong, you'll have people be like, well, it's not made with yeast and therefore it's not bread. I actually don't know what the rules are bread. But yeah. Which they said, breads with no gluten don't produce a good rise, though, because it's not stretchy. So sorghum bread will most likely be flatbread. Just because in our agricultural country, we make it out of anything. Yeah. I mean, that happens as well with a lot of things. Alright, so the plan here is I'm going to grab these 4 here. We're going to take those back. And then I'm going to get the plow. And I'm going to go put the plow behind this thing. And let the plowing of these fields begin. Because this is our time-sensitive fields, are the wheat fields. I get basically 2 in-game days to plow, fertilize, then seed, then fertilize again. And I got 2 in-game days to do it. We can't seed yet today. That's you know, in the 2 days. Alright. I'm gonna say some kind of flour, water, bake. You think bread is just flour, water, bake? You mean cornbread is bread? Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. There's going to be a baseline, and then you can add more to it, and it qualifies as bread. I imagine there's a certain point where something stops being bread, but ends up being, like, a more involved, more exotic thing that's like, okay, well, it's made of bread, but is it bread anymore? Because you wouldn't look at pizza and say, is that bread? You'd be like, no, bread is a key ingredient, certainly. But, you know, it is no longer bread within itself. It's something special. Versus, like, you know, is a BLT bread? Well, no, bread is a primary ingredient of a BLT, but it's now a sandwich, which is not bread. Or then there's the bread versus cake thing, where there's a lot of places they define cake based on how much sugar is in it. So a lot of bread here in the US actually qualifies as cake in other countries because of the amount of sugar they decide to dump in it for reasons I will never truly understand. Pizza is cheesecake? You know what? That's the worst thing. So, if we're going with the whole thing where a lot of bread here in the US qualifies as cake in other places. So, if it does qualify as cake in other places and you're putting cheese on it, so you're putting cheese on your cake, it's not cheesecake like you'd think, but it is cake with cheese. Which, outside of the context of this conversation, very mixed feelings about it. Because on one hand, cheese is delicious, as is cake. On the other hand, I'm not super sold on the idea of sweet bread with cheese on it. To be fair, though, I'm not really much of a sweet tooth to begin with. Alright, so you're about to be full. Yep. If you have 2 lasagnas and you stack them on top of each other, you have 1 lasagna. Fact. That's, oh man, someone shared a video with me, this is going back a while, where it was a person and they were making a ravioli. And it's cool. It's like they made a ravioli, they put like pesto in or whatever. So pesto ravioli, cool. Awesome. And then they turn around, they go, okay, well we take a ravioli, and then they put the ravioli in and they covered with like the pasta to make a ravioli that had mozzarella in it. And then they turned around and they took the ravioli and they put that in noodles to make a ravioli with like spaghetti sauce and a whole bunch of like basil and all that. So basically they had like this ravioli. And this thing by the time they were done was like, I don't know, it was probably like 2.5 feet wide by like 1.5 feet, long, and probably like a foot deep of ravioli. Like it had kind of crossed the point of what you could reasonably call a ravioli, and was definitely getting into the point of being like, nah man, you just made a lasagna with a weird design. Yeah, I mean they were cooking the ravioli as they went kind of thing. So they would do like the first ravioli, then prep it, do that kind of stuff, and then they'd turn to like put it in the next one. Like they had a whole process. It looked good. Like it looked really good. I imagine they cooked it really slowly. Is probably the real answer. Now eating it was looking very complicated. But it's like an entire video. And my older brother likes to occasionally make fairly exotic recipes. Like he'll find some recipe that's like, there was the Ninja Turtles cartoon from like the 90s. It was a whole thing that they would be like, oh, I ordered, and it'd be some like bizarre pizza that, it'd have some, just like really like a cheese puffs pizza or whatever. Like just every episode or so they would have like some other like just bizarre pizza. And he went out of his way to like make a bunch of the different pizzas they had on there just because. Some which were actually good, and some which were interesting. Yoshisuke going, how is the farming going? It's going good. If we're lucky, I'll be able to get my wagon for the bales to make that super efficient. of course you're not gonna, like, we're at 99% for this one. Just gonna slide that back just a little ways. Alright. Alright, the automatic bale collector? Yeah. It's got like the two hooks that just flips it on the back. You sure how's your brother? He asked me to cook some things like that from time to time, in between regular things. Yeah. Well, it can be fun to do like the really weird stuff like that from time to time. Where it's very clearly not like an actual recipe. It's just some show was like, you know, make like a taco, like a lasagna taco or something. It's like, all right, let's figure it out. Like, it sounds weird. Let's do it anyways. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Legally, yes. As far as the government concerned, yes, a hot dog is in fact a sandwich. It is an ingredient between two pieces of bread. Now, granted, those pieces of bread could be conjoined in the middle, but it is still between two separate pieces of bread. And all those silly conversations all boil down to trying to figure out how the heck to tax restaurants. Whether you tax the restaurant, you know, you tax a restaurant, because they were doing things where like the carts would be taxed differently than a sit-down restaurant, and there was valid reasons why they want to be taxing those differently. But the point is, people try and come up with ways to go, all right, if the thing that defines, you know, this food is that, is this, I have a place where I can, you know, scooch in between the current rules with the taxes to get my thing here without having to worry about that. And that sort of stuff happens a lot. It's also like, is an open-faced sandwich still a sandwich? Well, it literally has sandwich in its name, but it's not between two pieces of bread, so it is a sandwich still. What about a bagel? Usually bagels, if you put like cream cheese, like you slice and you put cream cheese in it, that usually does qualify. Which is a whole reason why I think it was in New York that a person came up with a technique to inject cream cheese into the bagel. So it wasn't technically a sandwich anymore. Because they wanted to circumvent taxes. People will go out of their way to find ways to circumvent taxes, which I understand, for the record. But it is one of those things, you get like all these bizarre things that only exist. That's, if you've ever heard of, there's a car called the Reliant Robin that was popular in the United Kingdom for a while. It is a three-wheel car, where it's got one wheel in the front and two wheels on the back, if I remember correctly. And so what ends up happening is this car came to be because just the way the law was written about how you deal with what did and didn't require a license for your car was based on the number of wheels. So, you know, 4 wheels for a car. So they literally just took a car in the form factor of a car and gave it 3 wheels, which was a nightmare because you had these 2 big chunks of your car hanging off the corners over your one wheel. which made it the car just like designed to roll over. Every episode of Mr. Bean series was him forcing a Robin to roll somehow. Yeah. But it's like it's a famously dangerous car for how easy it is to roll. But it was popular because people who typically were less likely to have a driver's license at the time, stuff like you have a lot of people who are like, you know, when I say minors, I'm talking about people who physically mine, not people who are underage. That it was a whole thing that was a way to go around it. And that's actually a thing that happens in the US as well. We have, for car insurance purposes, that motorcycles and cars are classified differently, and it was based on the number of wheels. That if you had less than 4 wheels, you were considered a motorcycle for insurance purposes. And with as much as auto insurance cost, there were a number of people who were getting vehicles that kind of hit in that gray area to get the cheaper insurance. Because also, it's changed a little bit nowadays in state by state. It used to be you were required in pretty much all the states to have valid car insurance, or at least most of the states. Whereas for motorcycles, not all states did require it. So it was just one of those things that you have this thing that was just like you'd have these things that worked mostly like a car, but were designed such they legally qualified as a motorcycle for purposes of, you know, insurance or taxes or driver's license or whatever. The driver's license thing doesn't work here in the US because your motorcycle has, like, you have to have a driver's license, and a motorcycle is like a subclass of a driver's license. You get like your little M on your driver's license to be like, hey, you know, I'm allowed to drive a motorcycle. So a motorcycle is held at a higher standard than your typical driver's license. You have an extra thing you have to do. It's like a good thing, though. You abuse the law until it changes, means the law works compared to the rest of the world. Like, you're legal anyways. I mean, that's just a thing that happens. The downside is the more vague a law, the more rife for abuse it is, as in, like, bad abuse, like misuse of law. But the more strict a law is, the more holes you can punch into it, that you can kind of circumvent it. So there's a pro and a con with that. Generally, I find vague laws to be far more worrisome than otherwise, because there's a lot of times they end up covering things that even the person who came up with the law never really wanted and or intended it to be used with. What about motorcycles versus mopeds? I'm pretty sure in the US, mopeds would fall into the same category as motorcycles for use on the road. It gets weird when you get to like razor scooters that have a motor and what the rules are around it. That gets murkier where it's more state by state. Or like for the matter, like if you have a bicycle that has a motor, attached to its wheels, you know, there's also murkier things going on there. That it gets state by state on where the cutoff is. Like, is that a motorcycle or is it not? Yeah, it's probably like top speed horsepower. Like, I don't know the specifics, but it's not a super straightforward thing. Like, if you're good in one state, you're good in all of them, kind of thing. The e-bikes can't go over 25 miles per hour in the EU without being classified differently. City Cookie saying mopeds and scooters under certain engines are required to obey the law, but are not required to have a license to operate. Yeah, that makes sense. That's those things that it gets like really complicated, especially when you go and you have someone who starts out with a scooter, or whatever, that shouldn't have enough horsepower to qualify, but then they modify it so now it does. So, like, it does qualify, but typically that model doesn't qualify, and so, you know, if they look into it, obviously you'll be, like, you'll have to say, hey, you have to have valid license. Alright. But yeah. Well, that's the fun one with bicycles. A lot of places, bicycles, they have this weird blending between, you know, vehicle and pedestrian so far as the laws going, that a lot of time you can ride on either the sidewalk or the street. Like, you can go back and forth. While on the street, they mostly follow the same laws as all cars. They have their own, like, nuances to them, but they do basically follow the same laws as cars. But, when you get to, like, being on the sidewalk, they have a lot of the same rules as pedestrians, but they also have additional rules, because there is the allowance for certain vehicles on, you know, on the sidewalks, and they have, like, extra rules they have to follow. They want you in the bike lane, but most streets have them. Yep. Well, that's a catch. If you have a bike lane on the road, unless it is unsafe to be in the bike lane, usually you are required to be in the bike lane. In the absence of the bike lane, and it'll vary state for state on where your bicycle is supposed to be on the road. For example, here in the state of Florida, if the lane is wide enough that a vehicle can safely pass you, which I believe is there has to be a gap. I can't remember if it's like 5 feet between you and the vehicle passing. If there is enough room, you're supposed to be on the outer third of the lane to, you know, basically give them the room to do so. If there is not enough room, you're supposed to be on the inner third of the lane to discourage them from attempting to pass you anyways. Which means people will run you over in their trucks because they're all idiots. But, like, very genuinely, I am supposed to ride, if I'm in, like, a typical lane, there's not enough room for a vehicle to safely pass me, according to their definition by the rules. So I am supposed to be driving towards the middle of the road so that they don't try and pass me anyways. Hey, 334 Michael, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. Let's see, moped and scooters depend on the country. You've driven moped and scooter being a 15-year-old kid legally on public roads just because it had a under 50 cubic centimeter engine. Gotcha. Let's see, you just got to see what the plow is doing. Oh, just don't look at it directly. It'll upset you. But welcome in with the raiders and all that. And thanks so much for that raid. How was your stream? What were we playing? How did it go? But welcome, welcome. Here, we could go ahead and... It doesn't tell me. I was gonna say they've been playing this so you could find it over there, but Twitch is holding that information to me and just saying they were live. So I'd give you more information, but Twitch is not feeling like sharing. Let's see, then you have cycle groups in Florida that take the entire lane to discourage anyone from passing them regardless. Right, but that's 100% legal. And usually when they're doing that, it's because the lane is narrow enough that you're not supposed to pass them. Like, that's the catch. If it is quote-unquote unsafe for you to pass, the bikes are supposed to discourage you from doing so. And for the record, like 90% of roads are not wide enough to be considered safe to pass. It's only when you run to the occasional, like, oddly wide road that you run into that. And that's, again, in the absence of a bike lane. That said, despite the fact that being the law here, I still wouldn't do it because some idiot in a truck would run me over. Considering, like, I would be on the outer third, and I would have people pass me, and I've told the story already about, like, the person rolling down the window and yelling at me to get off the road and throwing a half-drank beer bottle out of the side of their truck, swerving on the road at me. Like, not trying to hit me, but, like, swerving on the road, like, through the beer bottle. They missed me, but they threw it at me. And it was a place there was no sidewalk, there was no bike lane. I was all the way over on the shoulder, probably farther over than was really safe for me to do on the bicycle myself without risking, you know, getting problems with that. Like with the roads all torn up on the edges. Bikes should never be on the road, period? No. absolutely disagree. There are bikes that are literally not designed to be on sidewalks, and half the sidewalks are crap. Like, if you have a proper street bike, it's like, it'll literally ruin your bike riding on the sidewalk. Not even talking about, like, bad sidewalks, just normal, typical sidewalks. It'll ruin them. Because they're only aluminum frame, usually. Like, they're specifically designed to be driven on the road. That is how they're supposed to work. So, strong disagree on that one. There is no minimum speed. I wouldn't say an idiot. I've been the person on the road. Look, the roads are for everyone. Like, literally the law disagrees with you. Well, no, but that's the thing. A lot of places, there aren't sidewalks that are safe or reasonable for a person on a bicycle. So in the absence of that, I ride on the road. That's how it's supposed to work. That's literally what the traffic laws say you are supposed to do. Yeah, and you shouldn't whistle underwater. Which would just further my point, that is something actually you shouldn't do, and the law says you shouldn't. And to be fair, there's actually places where you're not allowed to ride your bicycle on the sidewalk, because it's deemed as a hazard to pedestrians. Weirdly, Michael has rated us a second time. We're not gonna do a second shout out. I mean, actually, it'd be on cooldown, so we couldn't even if we wanted to. Your friend tried using a bike in the winter on icy road, almost instantly got trapped under truck. Oh yeah, no, definitely, like any two-wheel vehicle, you don't want to be on the ice. Motorcycle, whatever. But yeah, no, the thing is, like, you look at most of the time, like I said, is when your talks about the road, when you go to ride your bicycle on the road, if there's enough room for you to safely pass, I'm supposed to be on the outer third. And again, this is Florida law. That's not federal law. That's Florida law. I'm supposed to be on the outer third. You should be able to reasonably pass. That's literally why I'm on the outer third, is because you have all the space in the world, you know, to do that. And that's fine. When there's not a space supposed to ride in the inner third just to prevent you. And for the most part, you're not going to have a bicycle riding on a 55, because a lot of those places will actually have signs saying, hey, no pedestrians, no mopeds, no bicycles, that kind of thing. Like the highway, like for the record, I cannot ride my bicycle on the highway. It's not allowed. It physically says you are not allowed to be on this, you know, whatever. There's also a lot of places that say on this road that's like 75, 65 miles per hour, there is a minimum speed limit. That could also be a thing. Some places will have it that you must be able to achieve at least 50% of the speed limit as well. But inside, like, city roads and all that? Me. Is it legal to ride on the sidewalk of the U.S.? It depends. It's state by state. That's what I was going to say, is there's states that will have rules that say you're not allowed to ride your bicycle on the sidewalk, and there'll also be cities that say you're not allowed to ride your bicycle on the sidewalk. Most of those places tend to be better about having bike lanes, but not always. So I will push back hard on the bikes need to get off the road. More along the lines, bikes following road law. Well, that is actually a problem. There is actually a problem about bikes not obeying the laws. The number one thing that causes bicycle and vehicular accidents is bikes ignoring the rules, and like failure to yield specifically. So blasting through a light that they shouldn't, blasting through a stop sign that they shouldn't, that kind of thing. And then the second biggest thing that causes bike to vehicle accidents is cars failing to yield when they're supposed to. But failure to yield is the thing that causes the bulk of the accidents on bicycles. You know, again, a lot of times it is actually on the cyclist, to be clear. Like, I'm not going to pretend that's not the case. There are a lot of cyclists who treat it as, the rules don't apply, let me just blast through the stop sign, I'll just quickly sweep over to the sidewalk, go up here. Oh, look, there's a bunch of people in the way. It's on the no walk, but, you know, the light's green, so let me just weave back over there. Usually you'll get in trouble for that. They'll have rules around that, but a lot of people ignore those. Yeah, no, you don't have to have any type of permit or license or anything for riding a bicycle. You thought only Germans played this game? No, there's definitely a very strong, like, for the simulation style game, those are very popular in Germany. Like, that genre just happens to be particularly popular, but it's not like an exclusive thing. Yeah, no, if they're breaking the laws and doing dangerous stuff, that's a separate argument. But saying they're not allowed to be on the roads as like a blanket statement, I will push back hard. Because for the most part, down here, it is the motorists who are the problem. That we have motorists all the time who drive like complete idiots and jerks. And all that. We have a lot of really badly designed roads here where if there is a bike lane, it goes like literally past the on and off ramp for a major highway. And you're like, no, don't drive, like, don't ride your bike there, right? You know, follow the rule for going on the inner third to go by. Don't be kind and, like, go out to the outer third. You're gonna get killed by some car entering from the highway. Like, you want to make yourself as visible as possible because you're gonna straight up die otherwise. Yeah, as Uche is saying, you had someone swerve and clip their bike. I've seen that more than once where I've seen, you know, a motorist deliberately try and strike a bike because they're just being jerks about, oh, you shouldn't be on the road kind of nonsense. When, very legally, I'm required to be on the road in a lot of those places. Yeah, no, my stance is if you swerve to try and knock a bike off the road, you should be on the hook for attempted vehicular manslaughter. Because it's what you did. You literally hit someone with a car. What charge did you get if you slammed into a pedestrian with a car? That charge. Or, I think it's like vehicular assault or whatever. But the point is, you should get that charge. It's what you did. Like, just because you're upset about the bicycle doesn't give you a pass. Let's see, in your you're saying in Australia, food delivery services start standard using a lot more bikes, and the instances of incidents skyrocketed, and the roads feel like Wild West at the moment. Yeah. No, like I said, there is definitely, especially the failure to yield. That is the really standout one. The failure to yield. That is the one place that cyclists are the guilty party more often than not. Like that is one I can't argue or refute because it's just the truth. Man, no, very genuinely we have laws that say, hey, the bicycles are required to be on the roads under a lot of circumstances. If there isn't an available sidewalk that's in at least reasonable maintenance, then, you know, the bicycle, for their own safety, should be on the road. And here's the hint, at least within the state of Florida, our sidewalks are terrible. Our sidewalks are terrible. I've bent a rim on a bike just riding down the sidewalk at like a perfectly normal pace because they were just that bad. Where like the roots push it up. So it's just safer for me to ride on the road because the sidewalks are such garbage. Which this is the reason why you should have bike lanes everywhere. Because then all of this is a moot point. Because you've got a bike lane. And you know where I'm going to be if there's a bike lane? In the bike lane. Or you do the thing where you've got like a bike trail along the road as a totally separate entity. That's the dream right there. But very understandably, not every place could accommodate that for whatever reason. You know, like, either just not the space because, you know, you're in the middle of a city and the roads or the buildings come right up to the road, that kind of thing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You remember living in Georgia and there's 0 sidewalks or bike lanes and people just walk the street? Well, that's the fascinating thing, was like back in the day, streets is where pedestrians went. Like, that's the whole point of a street, was the pedestrians walked there. You know, and then later you had like horse-drawn wagons and all that. And it became like a very successful campaign to basically say, you know, you had pedestrians getting struck by cars because the cars were driving like jerks. And it became a whole campaign about, you know, only idiots run in the road, like stand in the street, even though for the last X number of 100 years, without exception, that's where you were supposed to be. And it was successful enough that nowadays, the idea of walking in the street seems like, well, that person's just being dumb. Yeah, there's been a big effort. It's been a while in the U.S. about, one, educating people about sharing the road, and on the other end of that is also going and getting bike lanes added. Like, there was a big stipulation that what ended up happening, and this is going back a while, that very famously the roads here in the U.S. kind of crap. Like, there's places that are better and worse, but that, you know, our infrastructure is in dire need of some love. And so what ended up happening was they turned around and they said, all right, here's the deal. Uncle Sam will throw a little extra money your way to do some maintenance. But the catch is, you gotta do one. There's a handful of things that you could do that was, you know, is viewed as improvements that a lot of places were skipping on. That would be big. And one of them was bike lanes, saying, hey, if you want this extra money to fix up your roads, like in addition to the normal, get yourself a bike lane. We'll throw you some extra money to help out. And that actually helped a lot with a lot of areas getting bike lanes that really direly needed it. There's Tremark saying, hey man, I can see you're fairly successful on Twitch. I was just wondering, do you have any tips for starting on streaming? The first thing, more than anything else, before you even do any little bit on the streaming, is to recognize if your intent is to try and make this a business, just know at the door, don't go into it with the expectation of, you know, quitting your job and doing that. If you get there, great. But just statistically speaking, it's kind of like trying out for like the NBA or whatever. The odds are kind of against you. That said, that's not that big a deal. That's just the thing to keep in mind. Don't quit your day job is the big gist of it. Don't quit your day job. If you happen to reach a point that you can economically support yourself reasonably doing it, you know, then that becomes an option. But don't jump right in. Some of the things I'd suggest is try to come up with an idea of what you're offering your audience. Like, who do you want your audience to be? What are you offering your audience? What is the reason I tune into your channel? Are you going to be a nice relaxing channel that I can, you know, sit down and, you know, like, relax in the evening, wind down after work? Are you going to be a channel that, you know, maybe you know, have some real talk? Are you a channel that we're going to have, like, spooky jump scare funness and all that kind of stuff? You know, come to a decision with that, and be comfortable with the idea of pivoting or adjusting. But, you know, try to figure out what it is you want to offer your audience, because ultimately your audience is going to be the thing that matters for your success. Like, sure, you play games for yourself and yada yada yada, but ultimately, if you don't have a reason you would tune into your own channel if you were a viewer, that's a problem. So make the content you want, but have in mind of what that's going on there. The other thing is, when you're thinking about stuff to add or remove from your stream, keep in mind that value prospect of what it is you are offering, and anything related to that, like any decision you make so far as adding or removing stuff from your channel, just stop and take a moment and go, does that, like, for my value proposition, does this make it better? or does this distract from it? So I go for like a chill vibe here kind of thing. Doing, you know, sound alerts with jump scare nonsense, that can be really good on a channel that goes for the horror route. Like that's absolutely in line with it, highly recommend, well worth doing. But for my channel, that would be really bad. It would be a negative on the main value I offer my audience. So it is being mindful of that kind of stuff. Now, certainly there's the push, play, and go. You definitely need to do that. You need to, even when there's like, you look at that 0 viewer count and are stressed out about, first of all, tune into your own stream. You should be watching it to see if it goes down or whatever, and you count as a viewer. But, so that'll give you a viewer. But, you know, if you gotta hide it to avoid being stressed out, but you gotta treat it like you're always talking to, you know, 20, 30, 40, 50, some number of people that you're engaged. Because what'll end up happening is if you kind of shut down when there's no one there, and then you like get into character, when you see someone pop in, you see that viewer number go up. The issue you're going to run into is that viewer number is delayed. So I'll pop in, you'll be basically asleep at the keyboard, just, you know, playing the game, you know, chilling and all that. And I go, no, this person's just, they're not engaged, they're not interesting, like they're just sitting here. You see that viewer count go up, and I'm already gone. Like I left 5 minutes ago. So it is one that you have to kind of always be, you know, active as if you have an audience, or you'll never have an audience. So you have all that kind of stuff goes into it. Now it's not a bad idea to have a game that you stick to. That's there's two primary strategies that people have. One is you kind of get your game that you strategically select, and you play it, and that's your main. There's also a strategy of going more into the variety end of things. Now, the pros and cons of the two decisions there is if you have a main, usually it's easier to get early / like whatever growth having a game that you're known for. There's a negative about it too. The negative is you're often kind of trapped in that game, where when you go to pivot, you lose a really big chunk of your audience, because that's why they're there, for that game. And if you ever stop playing it, you're gonna have people churn. Just the same, games come and go on the platform. So if you have that one game you're known for, you get the idea. If that's the game that people are losing interest in, now suddenly you're in the spot of, if you switch games, you suddenly lose a chunk of your audience. But if you stay on the game, you slowly lose your audience. And you go like this. So it's not a bad idea to have a game that you main, but unless you plan on playing that game for X number of thousands and thousands and thousands of hours, you do want to be careful about pigeonholing yourself too much. And there's going to be people very much disagree with me on that, and that's totally fine. That is one of two main strategies: is the variety or having the game you play, the one game. So you gotta figure out where you want to be in that area. For myself, I've always been variety, but I definitely ran into a situation that I had a game that took off way more than anything else I was playing. So I had like slow, healthy growth on the channel in general. Then I had a game, Project Zomboid, that just absolutely exploded, which, you know, wasn't a bad. Was that Project Zomboid? Yeah, no, Project Zomboid is this game that actually exploded. Like, I was building up to like the 20 and 30 viewers-ish in that area when Project Zomboid just took off on the channel. And like, it was a thing that I was getting known in Project Zomboid before, you know, they had their big update and everything. So I got known in the community, then the big update happened, and that's when the channel just exploded into the moon. That I had established myself in a game that was not doing great on Twitch, but was doing good for the channel. And then it kind of took off. But what ended up happening from there is Project Zomboid got in a situation where it was on that slow decline, and even though I've always been a variety streamer, I got known for setting records in Project Zomboid, and that's kind of like Like that ended up being a beneficial overall, but it ended up hurting me when it started to drop off. Because Project Zomboid as a game category was having a decrease in audience for English channels. And a whole lot of us were feeling it because a whole bunch of us had made our names in that game. And too many of us were trying to stay in it. So it kind of wasn't... It wasn't until, like, a bunch of us started dropping off.
Oh no, Venice is dead. Rest in pieces.
Nah, Venus is not dead. I do owe a Lego piece for that. So go ahead and do that. Thank you so much. The best piece of advice you've ever been given. Wish you all the best. I'll definitely be tuning into your stream more often in the future. And I wish you the best of luck. Like I said, don't... And also, you try not to let it get to you if you have low viewership at the beginning. A lot of people will go months and months and months and months and months and get, like, no meaningful traction. You know, and then maybe after that they get their break in. That said, like I said, don't quit your day job. Don't burn thousands of dollars on equipment. You can get yourself... Even a $20 headset mic can do okay as long as you take the time to set up your noise canceling and all that. Don't wipe yourself out. It's unneeded. You'll have people be all elitist being like, oh, you don't have a condenser mic? You aren't taking it seriously. It's a Blue Yeti. It's $100. It's like 9 years old. And a sound fine, I'm doing fine. Your personality is way more important than a microphone. You only gotta worry about your microphone is if your microphone genuinely sounds like garbage. Like if it's chirping and popping and squeaking. Then you need a microphone. Best way to do this, streamer? Oh yeah, networking. Anytime you finish a stream, raid out. When people raid your stream, take the time to welcome them, to give them a shout out, do all those kind of things. Like, you know, don't be afraid to, if you have a game that is your main, don't be afraid to hop into other stream. Don't self-promote. And so I mean by that, like, don't pop into someone else's channel like, I just finished streaming. It's going good, Solstice Heart. How are you things going yourself? Panoramic says, you get streamers exclaim about how my mic sounds like a Discord call. Use a blue snowball with an arm with a pop filter. Blue, you know, Discord call good or Discord call bad? Because I can actually see that going either way.
What's the worst that could happen?
So I owe a stretch. I owe a whole bunch of stuff. I saw someone say something up there. Oh, Uche, you have a good night. You're wrapping up for the night. Thank you again for tuning in. You'd say, chat is getting away from me. You'd say that one of the key things in streamer is more or less be yourself. Yeah, generally you want to be yourself. It is okay if you want to have a character for your channel, if that is the intent. If from the beginning you are intending on playing a character, like that is the fun, is you're doing a character thing. Really auto mod? You can allow that, Cookie, if you don't mind. It triggered on 3-inch tripod of all things. The reason why you mentioned is Lithonia. Oh, I don't. That's still going into bike vlogs. You were guessing in Pank last night. You're doing a creepy voice acting for them. Excellent. Yeah, so it's totally fine to be in a character if that is the intent of your channel, is that you play a character start to finish. Otherwise, that's the whole thing. You think I can hop in and help around? Sorry, I'm not playing multiplayer at the moment. But, you know, I do appreciate the interest. But yeah, no, we're doing a challenge here, so I'm playing solo. Yeah, no, auto mod doesn't always... does weird stuff. But yeah, so it's all that kind of stuff. So what I can go ahead and do in here, just a minute, I owe the Lego piece. So we can go ahead and we can drop off the straw up here. I'll knock out that Lego piece I owe for the biddies. And then we can get back to it. Yeah, and I never mind trying to offer, you know, offer stuff to help with the content creation. Keep in mind, everyone's mileage may vary. What worked for me may not work for you. That doesn't mean it's good, bad, or otherwise advice. It's just situation, time change, all that. All right, so let's take 2 seconds real fast. I do have a thing where every time we get a sub or 100 bits, I put on a Lego piece. So let's go ahead and hop over there, and I'll try and get that. Let's see if I can't make this work better. The microphone's not going to be great because there's all this. I'm talking behind the microphone, which is never great. So we've got our kit going on here. So our next step is that one up there, which is I take this, and I take this, and I put them together, and there's your piece cookie. You got a little flippy thing on the end here. I'm doing this out of frame. I need to remember that. The problem is I got my microphone in the way, so I put these two together. That's what happened here. So I do apologize, man. I gotta adjust this. Yeah. So the issue is my microphone is in the way. I've got to find a new place to put the microwave so you can actually see what's happening. That's a new thing to the channel, and we're trying to fix it still. We're troubleshooting. We're figuring it out. You may or may not currently be surrounded by Legos. It happens. Thanks for keeping the streams chill. Absolutely no problem. That is a big part of the, quote unquote value prospect. If it's not chill vibes, I've gone against kind of the premise of what I've got for the channel. The value I try to have for this channel is the place for people to relax. You got home from work, you're in wind down, you just, it's a stressful day at the office. You just want to wind down, chill, watch some stream, play some games, that kind of stuff. Or you're someone who deals with anxiety and you're just like, I just need a minute. So I try to offer like a nice relaxing place for, people to find good headspace and all that. I do advocate for people with neurodivergent conditions and disabilities as well. It's not that we get all preachy or anything like that, just so much as, like when I play a game for the first time, I'll take 2 seconds to look at the accessibility settings. If I'm playing a game that has particularly egregious stuff when it comes to accessibility, I'll usually stop and be like, hey, this isn't good because this. Oh, I missed the context of whatever that was about. Can you quarry on this map? There is a on the map. It's not a normal thing you have, but under production there is a I mean, actually, so you have the mine shaft there. Yeah, you can actually do that. You can do the mine shaft, but there is actually like the modded map has its own thing as well. Alright, so no surprise there. You are ready for emptying. You can quarry and farm sim. So you can put a thing down that it gives you stone. It's not like it actually like digs a hole in the ground that like gets deeper and deeper. You want to remove the big rocks from your fields? Okay, so for removing big rocks from your fields, you can use, there's a sign you can cut down the front of this map. Alright, catch you later. Thank you for tuning in and hanging out, all good stuff. So you can go and cut down the sign up at the front. A lot of maps, you can get a hydraulic spike for your skid loader, and the skid loader hydraulic spike can break a bunch of the rocks. Not all the rocks. That's the only caveat with the skid loader thing is not all rocks are eligible for being broken, which is a problem they do need to address in this game. Is it needs to communicate more clearly what can and cannot be broken. Because I think the big rocks here probably are on the cannot list, but I don't know for sure. All right. That's actually the big negative about this game. There is a lot of stuff that the game is not particularly great on communicating, and it's usually like important information missing from UI type problems. Where is... Alright. So let's try and pick up the last of these. We'll cut the tractor loose and all that. Yeah, we cut down the rock site already. First thing we did. Oh, you did in the still rocks? That's not supposed to be how it is. Yeah. As if old games gave proper tutorials? Right. Actually, for the counter argument, well-made games did. and a lot of times you didn't even realize you were in a tutorial. If you want a perfect example, Kirby's Dream Land and the original Mega Man both do an excellent job of teaching you the game while you don't realize you're learning the game. I'll use Mega Man because it's the one I know better off the top of my head. But Mega Man, they literally put you in a situation where you're walking across, there's like no real threat, and they put, when I say a pit, it's just a drop down. So the idea is, you walk forward, you fall into the little gap, and you only have like five different, like 5 different buttons or whatever you can push. So naturally you go, huh, and you start pushing the buttons and you get over the wall. You've just learned to jump. Then later on, what they'll end up doing is they'll have you go through like a zigzag corridor, where what they'll do is they'll have like on a higher level, they'll have an enemy and it will use an attack in a position you can't possibly get to it to get hit. And you'll be like, oh, I see. I like that enemy uses that attack. And so they do a really good job of like really telegraphing each thing and walking you through it without sitting there being like, hey, hang on a second. You know, here's how you play the game. You push the A button to jump. It's just, there's so few inputs. Now, the problem with that in computer games is you look down at that keyboard and there's a whole lot of buttons there. So you have to be a little bit more like nudging people in the direction or give a highlight to show controls. Because instead of having, you know, your old NES controllers, A, B, select, start, and then the arrows, you know, you got a few more than like 4 buttons and a D-pad. But yeah, no, Mega Man's actually originally from Japan, if I remember correctly. But yeah, no, it was big in there. But it's an old school game. You had like Nintendo, and then it moved all the way forward to. Do they still? Yeah, I mean, like, they've had iterations of Mega Man at least in the last couple of years. It's nowhere near as big of a franchise as you see nowadays. Like, they don't bring him out nearly as much, but he's still not part of the, you know, gaming lexicon, as it were. But then you also have Kirby's Dream Land, which is they teach you how to jump in kind of the same way. But what ends up happening is you very quickly learn you can just mash the button to fly higher because they put a ledge that's a little bit higher, so you hit the button multiple times, you get over it. And then they quickly teach you that you can just fly over the enemies. And they do that until like towards the very end of the level, that when you reach the end of the level, you run to a position where you have to go under stuff. So you learn that you can go up and down flying. And the other thing that happens is if you just walk forward in the first level of Kirby's Dream Land, you don't like just walk back and forth through an enemy, but you just go forward, you have more life. Like you could hit every single enemy along the way and you won't die because there's not enough enemies to finish you off. But they do a whole lot of stuff about sitting there and like forcing you, being like, okay, like we're gonna put this thing in front of you and show how it works before you run into it, without like stopping the game and like putting up the screen saying, here's how you use your attack. And so they did a tutorial that you didn't realize you were taking a tutorial, and they do a really good job of like teaching the mechanics one at a time very gradually. And I'd actually say that's the things going on nowadays, is a lot of games don't even bother. There's like, they'll figure it out. They'll make a YouTube video, it's fine. And you get the idea when they're complicated games with complicated systems and yada yada yada, okay, sure. But at the same time, like, there's really basic stuff in games. They're like, yeah, you probably should, you know, do that. And the laziest tutorials where they just dump a big box in your screen, they go, you know, like 3 paragraphs on how to do it. And that's actually an example of, like, you might as well have not bothered with the tutorial, because you just wall of text me, I'm not going to read it. You're not going to retain that information, so you've just wasted your time and the other person's time, too. The best way of doing a tutorial is very much you do the, like, you have a problem, you do the thing, and you go to the next step. So they teach you each mechanic one by one. Now, don't get me wrong, there should always be an option to nope out of the tutorial if you want, and ideally a way to get back into the tutorial if you want. But that's much harder to set up, and that does take significant time investment on the devs to set that up, so you understand them not doing that. I wouldn't even necessarily advocate that every game does that. Breaks was, then you do the Metal Gear Solid, where you make an hour-long radio call to explain mechanics. Well, that's kind of the same problem, is you front load the tutorial where you just drop everything on the person, and it's like, here is how you play the game. Let me talk you through everything all at one go, where you're gonna retain almost none of it. You'll catch like 1 or 2 points, but the vast majority it just gone. But you can do much better where you go, okay, you know, you cut the player loose and be like, oh, you know, that guard's over there. That guard's gonna go see us. You should really hide. Maybe that box? You know, you kind of do that kind of thing. You're just say like, you should hide somewhere, and you're in a room that has like all of like 3 things in it. And you could very easily go, oh, there's only like 3 things here. And you can make all 3 things a valid option. You could have yourself hide in a cupboard or in a box or just like duck around a pillar. And just, you know, you don't even care if the person knows I can interact with this object. You give them options. But the point is you've just taught them, oh, you can hide from the guards. Like, as long as you're mindful about it. You don't need to sit there and talk through the whole thing. Just be like, oh no, there's a guard. What do you do? Is there someplace you can hide? And, you know, yeah, the player might die once or twice because they panic because they don't know what to do, but that's fine. Very quickly you learn that way. But there is a lot of games who are just like, nope. Or even little things. Like, I appreciate over there on the side that they put the buttons there I push to do stuff. It's such a minor detail that is very convenient. Does that make the UI worse? No. No, it does not. And you can hide it if you don't want it. But a lot of games you don't even get that. They'll be like, make sure you really, you know, you put out your ailerons. And you go, but how do I do that? Let me stop the entire game and look into my control schema and try and find the aileron button, which of course won't be called the aileron button. It'll be called something else that implies aileron that you'll only know if you happen to already be a pilot. And that's an example of how not to do it. Like, there are certain games that it is in the interest of the game to be like, here is the world, have fun, because the controls are extremely intuitive and all that. But the vast majority of games do not achieve that level of intuitiveness, which means you do need to do a little bit of hand-holding. Oh yeah, no, there was a lot of games that you had to straight up read the book before you could play the game and realistically be expected to succeed. I would not say that was an example. Like, that's where you hear the people who are like, games were better back then. It's like, man, you don't remember games. Like, you don't remember games. We had plenty of crap we dealt with in the games in the past. There was so much garbage. Is Space Engineers in that camp in terms of intuitiveness? It's okay. I wouldn't say it's amazing. I wouldn't say it's terrible. For what's there, it does pretty alright. I wouldn't particularly say it's a super intuitive game, but I also wouldn't say it's a particularly bad game when it comes to it, considering everything involved. They definitely could do more, but they do a decent job of having prompts. And I would imagine, I haven't played the scenarios, I'd imagine the scenarios are effectively the tutorial now. But those are a relatively new addition to the game. I just realized they didn't do a huge swath of this. Oh, maybe it was a language barrier, as back those days, you had zero knowledge of English, and you had no translation. So we had fun through suffering, Kappa. Well, that was the thing. A lot of the really good games back then, they didn't tell you how to do stuff. They you know, showing someone how to do stuff is 1,000 times more effective than telling someone how to do stuff. And so a lot of the games back in the day did a good job of just showing you how to do things. And they had much simpler controls, so it was a lot easier to trial and error. As the Space Engineers, you feel you suffered from its early access. People already knew how to do a lot of things because the mechanics were added over time developed, not over new player experience. Yeah, that's another thing that'd be hard for me to say is I have played Space Engineers for a very long time, so I already have knowledge of how a lot of it works that a new player might not have the whole thing. The space engineers want to make big amount of DACA. That's the thing, and it might be indicative of me being in the earlier wave of space engineers. For me, space engineers, the things I always wanted to make is I wanted to make a self-contained ship that I could just put up against an asteroid, and it would just go right through it and give me all the materials, and it'd just come out the other side, and I'd line up with the next asteroid and just repeat the process and make more ship and more ship. Inevitably, it'd always get to the point where the game engine started getting very unhappy about my ways, and I would have to stop because you'd hit a limit. You'd be on like 12 refineries on this like really long ship, and eventually something would give where you'd have parts of your ship get damaged and things would explode because the physics would struggle dealing with this one object just going through an entire asteroid, just drilling through it. More bigger, eat the asteroid. Yeah, that was the other thing that I never did that one, but there were people who tried to make it so they could make this like giant mining ship that they could just pull up to one side of the asteroid and just devour the asteroid. So not go through it at speed like I was talking about, but kind of like just slowly just melt the asteroid from one side over. You still run into the same problem is once you start getting to that scale, things start breaking down. Because in the original, like in the beginning of Space Engineers, the weapons in the game were kind of crap. You had just the Gatling turret and the missile launcher, if I remember correctly. I think the missile launcher actually got added later. But you had just like the Gatling turret, and sure, you could fight. But there weren't pirates built into the game. There were just that. You would just fight each other. And it was fine. But by and large, it wasn't particularly great. You'd find most of the time, do you know it was a better weapon than your guns? Just putting armor on the front of your ship and slamming into the other ship at speed. Yeah, no, it was pretty early on. It was just like the thing. Let's say the X2 penetrate asteroid. Think twice. No need to mine them. Yeah, I actually miss the old asteroids where they'd have, like, any asteroid could have a whole bunch of stuff, versus nowadays, by and large, the asteroids will only ever have 2 materials. I get, on one end, it's more interesting because it makes you travel around more, but on the other end, it's way more disappointing because once you find the 2 resources, you immediately know to stop bothering, like, looking at any more of the asteroid because you already know what the rest of the asteroid's going to contain. Did I ever try Medieval Engineers? Yeah, I never got into that one as much. Like, I liked the premise of it, of, you know, being able to go and effectively have stuff built out of wood and all that with the physics turned on. I don't know, it just doesn't latch onto you so far as much the grand scale you can do with space stuff. Let's see, a little while ago, I was in the character editor while the game, had heard my battlecruiser open fire, and it scared the living crap out of you. Oh, yeah. But yeah, no, it used to be the combat in Space Engineers right when it first came out was basically pretty meh. You would have the fun of taking 2 ships and just slamming them into each other and see what happens. That was a lot of fun. You just basically get 2 pre-built ships, you'd place them down and just get one ship going as fast as you can into the other one and just see them shred each other to bits. But, like, actually fighting other players was it was okay. But like the whole thing was very genuinely the big strategy was to get something with some serious armor and just slam into someone. It was better than any weapon you could equip on your ship. Did you ever make an impact driver warhead? Are you saying where you had like the spike with an explosive in it? I mean, I tried that. It works fine. But even then, a lot of time... Oh, 6 grab generators? Yeah, no, I didn't refer to it as that. That was, you could sit there and basically make a railgun in the game by just using a bunch of grav launchers along a thing and just have anything that they could take that had some mass to it and just cut it loose. Yeah, no, I've done that. That was fine. The problem with those, you couldn't move them while it was firing, or you'd end up sniping off the end of your own weapon. 'Cause especially the old railguns back in the day had to be long enough for it to pick up the speed and everything. But those are those ones that are like kind of silly fun stuff to do. Entirely impractical for actually doing anything with. Yeah, and you can launch a warhead. Like, I did stuff like that, but like that's also like I was trying to say before. It is one of those things that back then, very much the weapon of choice was anything with a lot of mass, you could move at someone reliably, like, fast. So a big ship with, like, the heavy armor plates and a big spike on the front was always a good choice. Because you could just hit them real far, you'd smash the first couple layers off the spike, no big deal. But, you know, there's just better things you could do. Like, basically, the combat back then was pretty lackluster. You slam stuff together just to see what happened, you know, for the fun of physics. But, like, actually any type of serious fighting wasn't very interesting. Is picking up the straw worth it? It makes us a decent number of extra thousands a harvest. It's not wildly good money, but I mean, my harvester is busy doing harvester things anyways, so being able to scoop up a couple extra $1,000 here and there, it's not worth it. Because, I mean, that tractor's plowing as fast as it can. I can't really contribute with this tractor. So in the meantime, this tractor could just pick up stuff and move it. And if we get a windrower, we'll just be able to do this way faster. It's just that's another purchase to make. Yeah, for fertilizer, how much does it give you though? That's kind of my question. I don't suspect we get 50% back. That would be pretty generous. I keep not paying attention and then shoving these things out here. It's fine as long as I realize it in time. And if I can shove it back straight back, it works okay. Once everything's settled down. Which is the big advantage of the rectangular one over this one, is the rectangular ones, you could just drive forever and they just spill out the back and you just clean them up when you clean them up. Okay. But I'll definitely want to get the baler trailer or whatever you want to call it. That'll be good. Staying at a trailer behind a rectangular baler is no fun. Yep. No, I know you and a few others have talked about, it's like, oh yeah, did that before. No thanks. Which makes sense. I assume it is ridiculously dusty. It's probably hot. You're covered everywhere with... I don't know if you consider it, like, what kind of dust you'd consider it, but, you know, the dust from all that stuff getting kicked up. Like, that's the one thing I know from visiting farmland, just because of where Tomb's family is from, is the amount of crap in the air is just mind-blowing to me. Like, the air quality just dies so horrifically during harvest season. All right. So goodness, we're making solid progress so far as getting the field plowed. Yeah, the AI is doing a pretty terrible job. I've come to accept that just it's something with the plow that the AI just fails at, because it's not skipping the same spots every time. We've checked for the stumps, we haven't seen them, and all that kind of stuff, so I don't really know what's going on with it. It could just be stuff with the AI just not knowing how to handle things. I can try and go through there with the, getting a mulcher end or whatever and doing it, but that can wait till later. All right. And then we can take this, snipe the end of that field that we missed over here, and go for the rest of that, and that should be good. We're making good progress as far as getting this done. We've already got about half of our plowing done. Yeah, it's sloppy and needs to be cleaned up. Making good progress. Making really good progress on picking up all the straw. The harvesting we're about to finish, which is the only thing that's actually critical that we get done today, is the harvesting. That has to be done. Because we wait too long, we lose out, and then it gets all weird out time and everything. But then the good news is that's going to give us a bunch of extra flour. You can put that on the bakery. Keep that churning away. If it's anything like last year in game we managed to sell something like 6 or 7 or 8 entire trailers full of flour. In addition to all of the bread. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. In addition to like all the bread we sold. So just extra, which is just fantastic. Hey BWM, how's it going? And as a reminder, I am streaming on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube, so if it ever does seem like I'm just talking to people who aren't here, it's just they're on one of the other platforms. You can watch whatever platform you prefer. Like no like pressure, judgment, or whatever, and like getting people to go on this one. Twitch does tend to be my main platform. We've got about 100 people or so over there. Versus the other two, you know, we got people hanging out. But definitely Twitch is the one with the bulk of the viewership. Which is fine. I just mentioned that for occasionally be like, man, there's like no one here. It's like, oh yeah, they're all over there. And that's mostly because I've been streaming on Twitch for 2.5 years. Whereas TikTok and YouTube streaming-wise, I've only been on the platforms, man, since TwitchCon, so a couple of months. So it is just one of those things. You gotta break in each place. Every place has their own nuance for what does and doesn't do well. We're still figuring all that out. Oh, it's raised. Okay, let's check the in-game weather to see if we've got rain coming up tomorrow. No. Tomorrow appears to be fine. September it rains. Which is fine, because I believe tomorrow is when I need to harvest the sorghum. So that'll be okay, because I'll be able to just take the harvester, have it start on the sorghum. Well, the rest of the equipment, we can just do what we need to do. That also means I don't need to sweat about picking up all the bales right now. What I can do is in-game tomorrow, I can get the harvester set up, keep the blue tractor plowing the fields. This tractor I can go through and keep dealing with all the bales. And it'll all be good news. Now, another added bonus is we did, like, really massively supply our stuff on the fertilizer and seed, so I should have more than enough for a couple of years in the game before we actually need to restock. Lime, we did max out our supply, and then we used it all up because the lime just doesn't go as far. That's fine. Have I heard of From the Depths? Yeah, that's, there's another game I played similar to From the Depths. But yeah, it's kind of like a spooky submarine game. I want to say From the Depths as well as ones that are like, you should play this multiplayer. Like, you can play it solo, but it's really meant to be played multiplayer. Yeah, no, From the Depths was the sillier one. And then there was another one which we played on the channel that was kind of a similar animal to From the Depths. But, it was the more, like, there's lots of systems you maintain and all that kind of stuff in addition to it. I can't remember what the names were. Yeah, but you build ships and all that, but I was very heavily informed that you really should play From the Depths with other people, that the AI, even if you set it up, is not amazing. Like, they can do basic functions, but past that, you're better off just getting a group of friends and playing, if it's the game I'm thinking. Because there was another one. I don't think it was From the Depths. There's another one that's very much overlaps that game. They have very similar, just like, I want to say From the Depths had a little bit more silly of an animation style and all that, whereas the other one, like, tried to be a lot more serious. If I am thinking the right games, I might have them backwards or whatever. But, we did the other one on the channel and had a good time. But it was just kind of silly stuff. I was running around doing electrical and everything. You know, fixing all sorts of stuff. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to kill the engine on this. I'm just going to keep getting in and out of that without hitting any of the right buttons. We'll drop off the wheat, and then we'll be good to advance the day. So what we'll end up doing in the next in-game day... Borrow Trauma, yeah, that's the one I'm thinking. Borrow Trauma is the one we did play on the channel, but my understanding is that is a similar game to From the Depths, but tries to be a little bit more in the serious, realistic kind of area, versus From the Depths is a little bit more silly. Like, they're different games. I'm not trying to say, you know, one's a copy of the other or anything. But they do have similars. Okay, you wouldn't say they're similar? Alright. That was what I was led to believe. Like I said, I haven't played From the Depths, so I'm going based on what I've seen and heard versus actually having played either of them. Well, I mean, I played Borrow Trauma, but I haven't played From the Depths. I mean, I can check it out if you drop in the suggested channels thing. I must be thinking a different game than From the Depths then. Alright, with that we can advance the day. They're doing pretty good there. I mean, the Steam page would be ideal. The name is okay, though. How are animals doing, by the way? Oh, they have literally no food. Okay. Let's check our schedule here real fast. All right. So we'll need to deal with that. My animals have no food. They're not gonna be happy about that. Let's go get our harvester patched up, get it started. We'll take a minute with the blue tractor before we get it back to plowing, and go get some grass pulled up. And we're gonna turn off the auto baler part of it. We're just gonna get the baler set up. Let it have the grass bale, and we're just gonna drop the grass bale in front of the sheep and just leave it there. Send it? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Because I'm always down to find new games and check them out. The ones I'm excited for in the near future is I'm excited to play, like, the actual Enshrouded. Well, hopefully I can get a key. If not, that might be a game I buy. But Enshrouded looks like it's pretty good. We played the demo, and the demo was pretty solid. Sorry, snacking on my dinner. Little Guardsman is another one. I believe that comes out in, I think it's 10 days? But yeah, Little Guardsman's definitely one I want to check out. Yeah, no, so Enshrouded was decently fun to play on my own when we played it, the demo. It does feel like another one of those games that would generally benefit heavily from multiplayer. I do wish, honestly, that they had more games in that, like, builder survival stuff that were more designed for single player as well. Like, I'm totally fine with those games having multiplayer options and all that. But it feels like a lot of those games, they make them, and they're great for multiplayer, but then when you play the single player, it's pretty not great. Like, maybe it's tolerable. Why would you do this to me, game? Why would you do this? I believe that's the second largest sprinkler. No, that's the largest sprinkler. We're buying that, by the way. So all that making the auto baler, that just went out the window because this is available to us. And the reason why that's a big deal is if we look at our sprayers real fast, where is that? If we look at our sprayers real fast, that's one of the things on our list of stuff I want to get. Why can I not find this? Where are you? You're here somewhere. Brain. There. It is that one. That's the one that's available for 43,000. I'm actually not going to take our chances on missing it even. We're going to buy that Joker right now because it's 75% off. Like, yeah, it's going to be a maintenance nightmare, but 75% off right at the get-go. Alright, I have to pay extra to give it the large size. That's still fine, because I could buy the base model right now. And then we could just take it in there and get the upgrade. Like, it doesn't hurt us to do that after the fact. So that does mean the bale loader is now off the list for this season. It'll be next season. Because we just spent all the money that would have gone to that. You know, on that thing. There's also a good chance we're going to be dipping into our, potentially dipping into our greenhouse goods to make up the difference. So we just spent all our money. I'm not going to worry about actually using that to do my fertilizer this time. Because I have to buy all the liquid fertilizer and I have a giant mountain of solid. But when we run out of the solid fertilizer, we're switching. But the reason that's amazing is because what that does is that means when I have the money, I could buy the cultivator, and then the plowing just gets to be way faster than it's been. Yeah, no, I played Valheim multiplayer with a bunch of buddies. That was before streaming, and I had a really good time with it. Yeah, so we can get this started. We're gonna go grab the green track or the blue tractor. I'm gonna grab the baler and the mower. We're gonna quickly grab ourselves a bale of grass to feed the sheep, because that should more than cover them. Then we'll put the plow back on the blue tractor and put the blue tractor back to work on plowing whatever, the fields are still left. Meanwhile, the yellow and green tractor, we're gonna pick up. We're gonna finish baling. Wait, do I still have baling left? We're gonna finish loading up the bales while the blue-green, or the blue... never mind. It's too many things. I won't be able to do them all. First of all, regardless of any of this, this needs to be pulling up sorghum. That's the immediate priority. That's money right now. Let's get it doing its sorghum. You drop this. And go grab the mower and the baler. And I do believe if I get a single bale, I could drop it in front of the sheep and ignore them for like a full year when it comes to the grass. Alright. And the reason, even though the mower doesn't require the horsepower or this, the reason I have to use the blue tractor is because the blue tractor is the only one who can handle both the front and back attachment at the same time. That yellow-green tractor can't. Alright. So the advantage of why I want the sprayer so bad is even though I can already fertilize with the fertilizer wagon, the lime wagon, whatever it is, the issue is it can't do herbicide. If I use the cultivator, I have to deal with weeds, which means I need herbicide. All right. And I don't need a whole lot, just enough to get a proper bale. Turn off the automatic drop, because I'm going to want this to fill up, and then we're going to back it up to wherever the sheep are going to be, and we're going to drop that right into their feeding area, and it should slowly pull from the bale until they've consumed the entire bale. All right. Pick that up because we're about to leave what is considered our property. We've gotten more than 50% out of it, so we should be able to just go down this way and it'll be fine. Okay, so we got a little bit of spare. That'll just be what it is. We'll pick that up eventually. Alright, so what I need to do is figure out the spot this needs to be for them to actually eat it. I believe it's where that trough is 3 wide, is where that needs to go. Alright, so we need to... Why are you not... Where am I not? Unload baler. Okay. We can go here and drop the mower, because we're done with that for right now. But yeah, so that big bale of grass should, as they eat the grass over there, should slowly get pulled into their trough until there's nothing left of it. Which would take a very long time. We need to drop off the baler for the yellow-green tractor. I need to get the harvester to drop off the sorghum, which is going to be another thing I got to deal with. So I'm needed in way more places than I can reasonably be right now. The sorghum is the biggest priority right now, but it's also fairly urgent that I... Oh, I have set the wrong thing. There you go. But it's also fairly urgent that I get these fields plowed and fertilized the first time. I'm going to use this to pull the trailer over by where our harvester is, so the harvester doesn't have to go the whole way. And then we'll come back over here, and we will grab the plow and get back to plowing. Alright. The good news is that did park where I can get this dropped off nice and easy. So we can just speed up, drop this right there, race off to our next task, and this should all take care of itself. Should you play the other Baldur's Gate before you play the third? I don't believe it's necessary. I have not played all of them. Someone who has played all of them can probably give you a better idea behind it. My assumption of the downside would be as you play the third and go back to the first or second, it'll feel terrible, because that's usually how that works. When you go back to games that are a number of years old after playing the new one that has like all the new quality of life and everything else added to it. But I don't know that for a fact. I'm confused. We didn't finish that pass. How is... Okay, whatever. It's like it forgot what we had plowed. Is Baldurn, why does he have a gate? Wow. I mean, I believe Baldur's Gate is the name of a city in the game. Yeah, and that's exactly the thing. Is I think it's one of those ones that if you kept up with the series, great. But there is kind of the downside is going from what you'd expect nowadays from a game to it might not feel that great. Like it'll be stepping back in time as far as quality of life and all that. The player character is also not voice acted in Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, that makes sense. Duty says, at the time they were both very positively received. You'd say play them if you're into RPGs in general, but don't expect 23 game. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Is it depends on what your expectations of what you're looking for. It's kind of like even nowadays with like the Dark Souls series, as someone who went along with the Dark Souls series as they came out, like I had a really good time with all of them, but after playing Dark Souls 3 and going back to Dark Souls 1, it's not like you have a bad time, but it's definitely like adjusting to like how much less control you have over your character. And all that is a thing that can be a little jarring when you first pop in. They're like, oh, I guess I just cannot move that way. Okay, sure. Oh yeah, no, I'm sure they reference Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 and Baldur's Gate 3. The question is, are the references stuff like major things, or are they just kind of not a big deal? Like how instrumental are the references? Are you gonna miss main story beats, or is it just like, oh yeah, there's this city. Hey, look, this place, you know, there's this giant cabbage restaurant. Huh. And then, you know, it was a thing like in the first game that, you know, there's a person who had this dream of becoming like the greatest cabbage salesman or some nonsense. I know there's a reference to a character who had, I think it was a ferret. It was either a ferret or like a hamster or something like that. And it was like the hamster's name was Boo, and he was like a big character in one of the earlier ones that they give either a nod or a reference, or he's present in the third one. But I think it's the first or second one, he was a playable character or something like that. Or like a member of your party or whatever. But if you wanna reference from another game, that character was kind of Baldur's Gate's equivalent of Beep from Kenshi. It was just a very beloved character for being just kind of silly and weird. They fit into that same paradigm of where they contribute to their respective games. They're like sort of comic relief, sort of whatever, in that whole realm. Alright, let's get this last spot cleaned up here, and then we got one last stripe of straw to pick up. But first, gotta keep this moving. This will honestly be the best part of when we get a bigger harvester, is just the number of times I have to stop what I'm doing to fill up kind of thing will be huge. Plus, I mean, obviously, getting the bigger bit on the front would also be pretty significant. Especially if I can get like twice as wide or so. As I said, in Baldur's Gate 1, Minsk was the ranger who had Boo, the miniature space hammer. Apparently, BioWare referenced them both in Mass Effect and Dragon Age 2. Yeah, I remember the reference in Mass Effect. I don't remember the one in Dragon Age, and I did play Dragon Age. Like, don't get me wrong, they're like little one-off passing things. Hey, Scots, how's it going? Alright, so you're making a mess of that field. That's fair. That's what the NPCs do. They go, I'm working, as they make a collective disaster of your stuff, but technically productive. The good news is at least that big field that we took the time to like really set up well, they do a good job with. But the other fields are still not great. Need to get back into Farm Sim 22. Love the sim. Yeah, no, it's excellent. I've been playing, honestly, probably more than I should, but I've been playing a bunch of it, having good times with it and all that. Let it reset and get the last little bit here. Okay, so let's gas this up and repair this. And how are you doing on plowing? Still a disaster. That's fine, as were. Was there a raid? We had. Did we have a good? Like, I know we had some little raids earlier. Oh yeah, no, we had a big raid right at the beginning of stream. We had a raid. Yeah, that's true. Alanorama raided us way earlier. I was like, because I was just thinking, it's like, man, there hasn't been a raid in a while. I was like, oh right, we were literally on the intro thing, and Alanorama dropped a raid right at the beginning. We were playing some SnowRunner. Like, I hadn't even opened the game yet, so far as, like, I actually got into stuff. It was open, but I hadn't loaded a save file or whatever. But yeah, no, genuinely, most of the days that I play Farm Sim, we usually hover around, you know, 90 to 110, somewhere in that ballpark, viewers. Like, just very genuinely, that's been kind of a big thing, being like, yeah, like, I enjoy the game, it's doing really well. Like, right now, Farm Sim is the game that is outperforming anything else I play on the channel by a margin. Which, I don't play it strictly because of the numbers, but where I enjoy a game and it happens to also pull numbers, that certainly is a supporting motivator. It's really nice when I want to do and what makes sense to do are aligned. No Man's Land? Correct. This is the No Man's Land map. Versus when it's something like Path of Exile, I want to do it, and it is straight up the worst for the channel. Not because of anything wrong with the game, it's just, unfortunately, very misaligned with the type of content I do on the channel. But that's fine. I still play... I didn't play this league, honestly, on... Did I play it on stream at all, this league? I don't remember if I did. I don't think we did. I know I played it some. I don't think I did it on stream, though, because... I don't know. It hasn't done well. Yeah, no, it's a fun map. I like this map, as well as, like, Calmlands and those kind of things. Just because it ends up being one of those things that you can kind of make her think. Do I ever play with followers/viewers? Not very often. Very admittedly. It's not never, but it's not often. It's just kind of one of those things that I don't take the time to host servers. I've had a whole thing with the with our sub goals, that if we hit a sub goal, I would spin up a server to play with viewers and all that sort of stuff. But it's one of those things that's kind of tricky with the type of content I provide and all that. Oh. Yeah, you've definitely finished your job here, man. I believe you. Alright. What is your opinion of the film Iron Claw? I have no idea what film that is. So I don't have an opinion one way or the other. But yeah, no, it's not that I'm against doing games with the followers. The catch is, if it's a game that I need to get into voice comms, I'm very careful about that. It is kind of tricky with that kind of stuff, because you have to worry about, you know, someone going on, like, a racist tirade, and now your channel gets suspended, and then you appeal it, and even if you win the appeal, you're kind of in a bad place in the meantime, and that kind of stuff. So I just don't want to open that can of worms. Would you ever collab with another streamer? Yeah, no, I've collabed with other streamers plenty of times in the past. It doesn't happen super often, but I absolutely do. Alright. Let's get you and do the drop-off. It's amazing. Go see it. I don't even know what it is. Like, I mean, I realize it's a movie, but, you know, it could be anything from, like, a serious drama to a rom-com to a superhero movie. I have no idea. Was saying, yeah, it's so tricky. A lot of the times, I'll just mute the mic on the off chance someone says something out of line. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, usually when I like pop on voice on stream with other people, they're creators who I know I can trust, you know, aren't going to say stuff I have to super duper worry about. Both because if they say something awful, it's their butt on the line as much as anyone else's, so they got something to lose. But also just, you know, you get a vibe for people that, you know, it's like, okay, this isn't someone who's going to just randomly say something racist or, you know, randomly. Well, I mean, it's not strictly like that they don't swear or whatever. You know, I very, very rarely swear on my channel, but, you know, we've definitely played games with people who have. Like, that's fine. I don't have, like, a strict rule, like, no swearing or whatever. I just try to... To me, swearing is a tool. If you overuse it, it's dull and it doesn't have that punch you want. So, you know, if I'm gonna swear, there's gonna be a reason for it. That's just me. I don't expect others to have the same standard or whatever else. And no judgment about people who swear. Like, it can be a little obnoxious if, like, people are, like, really over the top, where they finish a sentence and 8 of the words are swear words, and that's, like, every other sentence. That can get kind of obnoxious. But, you know, people who swear fairly regularly are fine. It's basically, you know, not I mean, I guess within moderation. Huh. Huck, I love swearing. Yep. So when you hear Rual Slayer, you listen. That's exactly the thing. If you're someone who is known for not swearing and you drop an F-bomb, everyone goes silent. You know you have that room. And it's not like... And I've absolutely deployed that deliberately. When you hear someone who swears every other thing, they sound uneducated? I wouldn't necessarily say that. But, you know, there's a balance for everything, and there's definitely a point where you go, okay, you know, there are other words out there in the language beyond swear words. Again, no judgment about people who swear in general, but there's definitely a point where you're like, okay, like, it actually is becoming a negative thing here, because holy crap, do you know words that have more than 2 syllables? Because every word coming out of your mouth is a 4 to 5 letter word with 2 syllables in it. You're allowed to say things that aren't swears. It kind of hits like the edgy teenager kind of feel when it gets like that over the top. Again, no judgment about like casual swearing or whatever, but when it's like every other word is a swear word, you're like, look, man, we were all teenagers once. It's okay. They're just used to talking like that. Well, that's the whole thing. You have people who are used to that, but there's definitely a point where you're like, okay, this is actually a negative on you having that volume of swearing happening. That, you want to be careful who you're around because the amount of swearing is actually becoming a problem. Oh yeah, no, I could also get behind that where, you know, someone is like clearly taking a word that is totally fine and like using it in place of where you'd have a swear word just as something kind of like goofy and fun. That could be fun. That's there is a series of books I have been, well, actually it's multiple series of books. There's an author that he has like this joined universe kind of series of books. But part of the premise is it's one of those ones that they're in a video game, you know, whatever. Like lit RPG. But in the world, in their like, you know, video game world, that they're incapable of swearing, where you would use a swear word, it just fills in another combination of things. So if you said like, you know, the equivalent of like holy crap, it'd say like celestial feces. And everyone just kind of stops and like, what? What did you say? Look, man. But it's actually fun sometimes to see like what type of stuff they come up, because you'd have like the character would naturally swear there. They just don't want their book to be like 30% F-bombs or whatever. So they do that kind of stuff. It's fun to just see like what kind of like, all right, well, how are you gonna say that one? Because I'm genuinely curious. It's like very clearly there is a swear word that is well aligned with this moment, and I want to know what you're gonna put down there. And that could actually be its own fun within itself. Or, Star Wars does that. How's it bailing? The bailing is done. We're now collecting the bales. That's an author or a game? That was an author who does it in their books. What is it? Dakota Crowd or something like that? For the alternative swearing? Oh, I mean, you have lots of stuff that does that. But yeah, Dakota Crowd does that in a book. Star Wars has done that for, like, all the way back to the 70s. Yeah, you have, like, Nerf Herders and Poodoo. Lots of sci-fi does that. Like, lots of sci-fi. They'll make up a sci-fi word that, you know, there is the swear equivalent. And again, I actually do enjoy that. Because to me, it's more interesting than just another one dropping like the S word and F-bombs on it. It also makes sense in a sci-fi universe if you're talking hundreds of years in the futures or decades in the futures. You know, words change. Like swear words change over time too. There are words that used to be perfectly acceptable out in society nowadays. You're like, yeah, you don't say that. And there's also words that used to be swear words that nowadays, if someone said, you just be like, man, you're just weird. Like, why are you saying that? What does that word have to do with anything? Well, right. I'm not gonna go through saying like a whole bunch of words. There are a bunch of words that used to have other meanings that unfortunately have gotten co-opted over the years, and those meanings have changed. And more often than not, they go from the being fairly neutral to potentially positive to, you know, some of them get pretty bad. But that's just kind of the normal trend of things, is you have people who are awful people. They'll have their dog whistles, their terms and all that to identify each other, or to, you know, dehumanize those who are, you know, whatever their subject of their issues are. And for a while, they kind of get away with it because, you know, people haven't caught up to what their new words are or whatever. And then when people do catch up, it's like, hey, we're not going to use that word anymore because, you know, it is being used in a derogatory and harmful way that is doing real harm. And then once, like, they catch up with that, then it turns around where then they'll go and, you know, come up with a new phrase. And it sucks. But don't be mad at the fact that the language changed. Be mad at the people who do it. There's also positive language changes. I mean, we have new words that come into existence all the time, to the chagrin of a whole lot of people. But, and words change meaning, even if it isn't like a negative, positive, or anything. It's just different. That's just language. It's always changing. Did anyone else see those things go to the moon? I'm assuming you mean rockets or something? Because I mean, historically, lots of things have gone to the moon. No, in-game? Oh, did something get catapulted? Yeah, well, it's one of those things, Perron, when it comes to changes in language, it's not that you allow or disallow stuff, it's how the language is used. That's the catch. People were using literally as, you know, figuratively, like, more than they're using literally as literally, and so it's one of those things that it didn't matter that teachers pushed back against it. Because people were doing it so frequently, the dictionary's just like, alright, well, that's how it's used. That's what it means now. And that's kind of how it goes. That's either a kid reading older stuff, they have to be reminded that Prost used to mean commoner, not idiot. Interesting. I appreciate the offer, the commenter, but I do play typically solo. It's not that I never play multiplayer, but right now I am doing a challenge that the idea is I'm very specifically doing this challenge because the finances are actually very difficult. It's a deliberate decision on the game challenge design for right now. Yeah, not some, but that's the thing. A lot of the pushback around like this word means this thing, and it's like new lingo and all that, and you know, a lot of us people who are getting a little bit older and all that, where we're like, no, those new words it's fine. It's a classic thing. Our parents went through the same thing. Their parents went through the same thing. That, you know, cool showed up and rad showed up and all those things. And I'm sure they bristled just as much like, yo, those people in the rad. Speak English. Oh yeah, no, I remember I really bristled at YOLO for the longest time. Nowadays it's like whatever. But it was like as people would say YOLO, but like, not the feeling I like. You haven't heard YOLO in years? I mean, I don't stick around to the groups that end up saying that anyways, so. Turns out no one uses YOLO anymore. Well, that's part of the problem that it's been more and more of a thing these days is whatever the latest trend is. Like all the big corporations and companies, like once it starts becoming enough of a trend, they're like, yo, we gotta get into hip lingo and get those youngin' folks in there. And then they start like doing it, and then all the kids are like, nah, it's not fun anymore. We're gonna go make our own new word. You've ruined this word for us. How dare you? It's like when you're on your new social network or whatever, and mom and dad and grandma and grandpa show up, and you leave. Like, you're just like, all right, well, Facebook used to be the place, but then mom showed up. So I'm just gonna go ahead and take this someplace else. You heard someone say lol in real life? That is one that throws me off. I've heard that as well. Like, someone, they don't say laughs out loud. There's like lol, and you're like, what? I mean, corporate likes to kill the fun. Oh yeah, no, it's kind of the, you know, you have that one friend who doesn't know when to let the joke die. It's kind of like that kind of thing. The money box is useful for harming. Oh, you're talking about like ways of like, you know, getting free money or whatever. Yeah, no, I'm someone who I'll pretty much never do any like the instant money cheat things. Even honestly, games when there's like a clear unbalance where you can just kind of print money because the balance is so messed up, I usually won't do that either. Like, no judgment for people who do, but for me, that slow climb is the fun of the game. So if I take that away from myself, I take away the point of the game. You could just laugh out loud, but why say well? That's people do that. Dark Dragon saying for the longest time you had to replace the word mod was something else because Pops was extremely anti-mod? I'm... what? I don't understand. Because it's not as cool. Not particularly commenter. I'm good. No modifications? I have no idea what you're even talking about. Are you just trying to do a thing where you're like talking mods like games or whatever, and I feel like Dragos is just trying to troll because I don't mod very often and I'm pretty open about it. Alright, so we got you set up. Let's get you onto Narfield since you've done an absolutely horrific job on this one. You're trolling and not trolling. Let's see. Someone says you were funded Farm Manager 2021 because that went from deciding how to downsize the farm because you're going bankrupt to turning billions in profit overnight. Yeah, there's a lot of games. Like, balance is always very tricky with a lot, especially like the Tycoon style games, that you'll have everything, it'll be feeling really good and all that, and then you'll find like that one thing that the devs just didn't get their math right, or the combination of things, and then suddenly it just, you straight up print money. Which, again, I'm totally fine with people having that option. Like, it doesn't hurt me if other people find ways to just print out obscene amounts of money. Like, most of the things you can do in, for example, City Skylines, that you can make absurd amounts of money, that kind of stuff I'm fine, because you have to, like, do, like, really elaborate things, like make your toll maze, or, like, force your entire population to go from a park where they have to buy tickets or whatever. Like, that is something you don't do accidentally. And it's like, very clearly you're trying to find exploits in the game. But it's like, where they have that one ride in Roller Coaster Tycoon that instead of making, you know, a couple $100 per cycle or whatever, instead it makes like 30,000 because they're just, someone really goofed the numbers. Not that there is one like that, but I'm just kind of giving an example of what it could be. Alright, so let's drop off the straw. The entire time you used plows? Okay. Oh, the entire time you use plows, it's always a mess? Yeah, the NPCs don't know how to plow. I always have to clean up after the fact. You're about to ask which one was because you played Roller Coaster Tycoon like crazy when it first came out. Oh, yeah. No, there's definitely some of the stuff in Roller Coaster Tycoon was like a little bit of balance. That's why you started using cultivators? Yeah, no, we're going to be using cultivators, but I am playing with specifically a setup that makes money difficult. We just got our big sprayer because we got really lucky on a deal with that, which is part of why we're super broke, is I just spent a ton of money. But now that I've got my sprayer, I am ready to pick up a cultivator next once I've got like 100,000 or something like that. Which the good news is, each harvest we get, our not our straw, but our actual harvest, does get us like 119, 120,000, somewhere in that area, and we're just expanding little by little. Like, when we were at the beginning, I was not making nearly as much. But that's the whole idea, is the run takes a while to get moving. I did Soul Atoms, because I got it for like 45,000. The largest sprayer I got for like 45,000 because it was super used. The repair costs are going to be pretty unpleasant, but the price is right, because that is the biggest of the big sprayers. It's tractor. Like the self-propelled's like 400,000. I'm not going to worry about that. Like, that's half the things that are being suggested. Like, you should get the best one. It's $500,000. It's like, well, I would love to do that, but that's not gonna happen. Or it's like, you should get the one that has this. Like, well, right, that's $400,000. That's not happening. Not for a long while. No, I get that. So I'm saying more like the self-propelled ones come with crop tires by default, and it freezes your tractors to do other things. Correct. It also costs $300,000, so it doesn't matter. It could come with a genie and a lamp. It doesn't help me. I can't afford it. You hate when the NPCs crash your other tools and flip them over? I haven't had that. I certainly have the NPCs do all sorts of not good jobs on lots of things. I haven't had them just straight up wreck my other equipment. Easy, just buy another tractor? I mean, that's one of the things that are to-do lists, is to buy another tractor. At least you could do the fields, both fertilizer and herbicide, in like 10 minutes flat. Well, that's the idea. Like, I'm not going to use it yet. I already have a stockpile of the solid fertilizer, and I don't have my cultivator yet. But now I've got the sprayer, so that once we get to the point that that solid fertilizer is basically done, we can just stop using the solid fertilizer and turn around and doing that. No, like the NPCs, they speed? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the NPCs in the car. Yeah, we're doing No Man's Land, so there's no cars. But if we were doing, say, like, Calm Lands, which is another map of this style, I've had that happen on Calm Lands where I just get slammed into by a car zipping down the road at speed. I keep debating turning off the cars in the game on that map, but at the same time, it is entertaining to deal with them, so it's kind of a mixed. Alright, so you're doing your thing. Well, that's the thing. Even your incredibly heavy farm equipment, a lot of times you get slammed into by the car and it'll tip stuff over because it's either like a bit more top heavy or, you know, you're at like an awkward angle because you're coming up on a hill or whatever. And then the cars in this game are like immovable objects. You slam into the car and it will not budge, even if you're going at speed like the heaviest equipment you can find. It's just the nature of how the game works. Alright, so this will be the last of the hay. And then I'll need to go and move... You know, we'll go ahead and move the bread over with the rest. More like they're coated as solids. They are moving rocks. Yes. That's my entire point, is you go to shove, like I had people like, oh, you should pick up the car and move. Is like, you can't. The car is an immovable object. It is effectively stone. And a whole bunch of people get disappointed by that. I'm like, well, at the same time, like, the game is supposed to be, you know, not serious simulation, but it's supposed to be like a simulation game about farming. Making it so you can just clobber cars around doesn't really add to the farming experience. Sure, you could do fun stuff for the memes and whatnot. There, we'll get rid of that tree I've been meaning to toss. But yeah. Like, the tree is not going to be worth enough to even bother pulling the leaves off. It's just, I'm doing this to get it out of the side of the road. It's been sitting there forever. And the reason I'm not bothering to move the sprayer is I do want to I do want to take the time to get the modifications to give it the maximum width and everything, like really max that sprayer out, and that's just our sprayer from now on. If you remember correctly, Lumberjack Simulator had a car gun to despawn them if they got stuck. Yeah, there was also the gas station simulator. You could push a button and it would explode all the cars in the map, or like despawn them or whatever, like make them wreck and you'd reload them or whatever.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Let's see, you'd say coating them as rocks is the correct choice for cars, because normally you want to avoid cars at all costs if you're in farm equipment, or else you don't have a farm for long. Yeah, exactly. It's like the doctors. Doc, why does it hurt when I do this? Doc, don't do that. Yep. Here's your bill. I never did that stretch you redeemed earlier. My bad. You're about to break 30,000 stonks? Nice. See, when a new person joins, it's trying to find out how to get water. Yeah. It takes a little while. Yeah, so right now I'm just letting the blue tractor just try its best to plow the fields and do a horrifically bad job. And then when it says it's all done, we're going to run around and do a cleanup of all of the stuff. So you can see how badly it did on this field. But that's not that bad. I do 2 little passes here on those spikes and they run down that stretch. And then that field's done. Oh yeah, that I've heard that joke before, JD, where, you know, there's the doctor and they have their patient, and the patient goes, "Doctor, it hurts when I push here, and it hurts when I push here, and it hurts when I push here, and it hurts when I push there, and it hurts when I push there." And, you know, like, it's going along the lines where, you know, don't do that kind of joke. But then the doctor's like, "Oh, that's because your finger's broken." I didn't do a good job telling it because I haven't heard the actual joke in forever, but I've definitely heard that one before. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. That's why you use the animal package for the water tank tool? I have no idea what that is. Chris took away the $1 million redeem for ending stream immediately. I was waiting when he was having a bad day to redeem that. Now I was supposed to do with all his stocks. Yeah. No, as the thing, like, I took that one away. I also got rid of, there was the double the cost of this redeem. And the only reason I got rid of the double the cost of this redeem is it hasn't been redeemed in well over a year now. And so I was kind of doing cleanup because I think we're going to probably add other redeems in sometime here in the near future. But, like, you know, having quote-unquote dead redeems kind of thing, it's just more you have to scroll through. And I've definitely been in those channels that have, like, 50 redeems or whatever. And you're just like, man, I'm just trying to find the one. So that one was going on. And that unfortunately, the reality was the bulk of the time I've heard people talk about what they were going to use it for whenever it came up. Like, genuinely, I'm like, I don't want them to do that. Like, obviously, if I'm having a bad day and you're like, hey, it seems like you need a day for yourself. Like, that's what you'd want it to be used for. But, like, people are like, oh yeah, I'll use it for charity. I know you'll reject it, but it'll be a fun joke. And I'm thinking in my head, like, no, that wouldn't. That'd be distracting. So it's finally like, you know what, I'm just gonna get rid of it. Because a few times I've had days where it's like not been, like it's been kind of like going back and forth, that kind of thing. When we get to the channel flip, I'd put on like the vote for the game we'd play. I'd have, you know, like, you know, end stream early. And the days I've actually been frustrated, people will actually vote for the end day early kind of thing, or end stream early, like take the rest of the day off. It's only happened like once or twice. But usually I don't have that day. Like, it's not often I have a day where I pop on stream that I'm just like really not in a good mood. Because honestly, if I go into stream and just not in a good mood and I don't expect that to, you know, turn around quickly, I just won't stream that day. Because it doesn't do anyone any good. Like, I'm not going to give the content people want. or anything like that. You know, packs at the shop. You're talking about mods and all that. I almost never really mod in any meaningful capacity. Like, this is a modded map, but I do have a singular individual, just one mod running on this. Just my preference. I prefer to play games mostly vanilla. Alright. But yeah. I also, and I didn't do it, I debated increasing the price for Make Me Play. People have been much better about, you know, doing the redeems for that, but it's been kind of those juggles, like how much do I want it to be something? Like finding the balance where people have that redeem, and you know it's in reach that you can do it and have fun with it, but also making sure it's not too often it happens. Like so the content saying no, like the shop where you get tools and vehicles. Oh yeah. No, yeah, no, the water tanks are all under the animal stuff. That's just where they are. That's just where you get all the trailers for waters from, under the animal stuff. Yeah, so I'm saying mods are good when you run out of vanilla content, but some games that's a higher to achieve than, you know, in this game. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Is like some games you really have to lean on mods because very quickly you run out of content. Or they just have like some really big, important missing quality of life kind of things that are just really frustrating to deal with. And then there's other games that, you know, it's like there's nothing wrong with having the mods, but like you can get thousands of hours before you even need to touch a mod. They're all over the place. And like I said, it depends. I tend to get, you know, quality of life UI style mods pretty frequently in the games I play. But mods that like meaningfully change the game, usually it's not until I've really kind of tapped out of stuff I want to do in the game before I start getting into the modding. I was saying for new player using slurry tanks. Yeah, no, I do feel like putting the water tanks underneath animals is a really weird choice that Farming Sim has done. I almost feel like they should have their own category. Alright, so for right now, we're going to take this truck over here and have it handle the trailer over here. Yeah, no, I would say having its own category, either like water or it could even just be water tanks, because that's the only thing that water is used for, is putting in the tanks to then put into other things. So I'm saying, that makes me think, what would get you to play Factorio with the Crinodons mod? I have no idea what that mod is. I mean, bribery, I guess. You know, there's certainly a price where I would be willing to do something like that, but other than that, I don't know. I don't even know what the mod is to really say one way or the other. Part of the issue is I kind of played Factorio before streaming to the point I was really kind of... No, that... Pinedin's mod pack? I have no idea what that is either. You're saying words, but I don't know what they mean. Realize what you just watched a video of a cat getting belly rubs from a raccoon. You feel much happier now? I saw a video, like a GIF, not even a video, a GIF, way earlier today, and I would show it if I could find it, but I probably won't be able to. That, to me, was amazing. Which, you probably have seen the little plastic toy. It's a ball that you stretch it out, make this giant ball, and then it collapses into like this little tiny, almost like star-shaped thing. But it was a cat standing inside of the ball, and then went to like jump and grab onto part of it, which of course pulled it in on the cat. And like the cat didn't get hurt, but the cat was very upset about it. As the whole thing just like squished down around the cat was like, yeah, and just like panicked and ran off. You know, typical cat things. But I was highly amused. Like it's mainly used for animals in greenhouse? Yeah, that's what the water tanks are for. Which is why it's under animals, is that's what they're used for originally. But I do feel like the water equipment, the trailers, should be under their own category potentially, because it is one of those things that you get like greenhouse, you go, where do I get water from? And you start going through all stuff, you check like miscellaneous, you check all these different areas, you check trailers, and it's not there, it's under animals. So it just really throws people off trying to figure out where they're at. I do enjoy myself some silly cat nonsense. That plow in the blue tractor. Real solid work going on here. 10 out of 10. Would hire again. Actually would, because they still save me time even with the disaster of what's going on here. But this is actually worse than they typically do. It does usually pretty bad, but this is exceptionally bad. All right. Fire them? I mean, I will once they finish the field. They're still saving me time. It's just, it's, you know, that person you hire, they do like 80% of the work, and it does save you a lot of time. But then you do absolutely have to go behind them when they're done with their job and be like, all right, I gotta clean this crap up. This is not okay. You should do contracts? Interesting. Let me look at doing contracts. Oh, right. There's no contracts on this map. And generally when it comes to the challenge run that I'm doing, most of the time contracts aren't allowed. This is very deliberately a challenge. I do have a lot of restrictions on me. I'm not allowed to do leases. I'm not allowed to do loans. If contracts were available, I'm not allowed to do those. You know, a whole bunch of stuff that limits to, you can't just instantly gratify yourself with money. You have to do the slow effort. No, leases are scam. Leases make sense when you can't afford the tool and you really need the tool in the short term. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? They have their use. Should you just lease stuff normally? No. No, you shouldn't. But, like, if you do not have the money and you do not want to take a loan, you can, like, lease a harvester, knock out the harvester really fast, and get it back. And sure, you're going to lose on a couple $1,000, but maybe not. That makes sense. Let's also check all of our production lines. So we're doing okay on water and those. You're doing great. You're doing fine. How do the... You need water. You are out of water. That is on me. Don't go on a leasing spree? Well, I mean, yes. Telling someone to not go on a leasing spree is like kind of like telling someone, well, don't go on a buying spree on your credit card. Well, yes, you are correct. That would be a bad thing. You shouldn't do. So you need this 500,000 combine to do a field that's reasonable amount of time. And the lease is 2,000. Nah, I better buy and save me one. Well, there's a difference between like leasing something that's practical and then leasing something impractical. So you can buy lease the cheapest combine to get a job done. You'll end up paying a couple $1,000. So don't get me wrong, it's got to cost you. I'm not saying it's the ideal scenario, but if you don't have the money to buy the combine, you can go buy. Now, granted, usually the loan is the better choice. Take the loan, buy the thing, pay off the loan. But I also try to avoid taking loans in my games in general anyways. I know very strategically it makes sense in a lot of games to be like, get the loan so you can increase your revenue to better situate yourself to pay off the loan, and you come out ahead in the long run. It's just not the way I prefer. I myself prefer not going that way, because that's how you get yourself in a situation where you go, wait, it didn't make me as much money as I thought it would. Now I got this loan I got to pay off. All right. I'm doing well, thank you for asking. So as it strategic loans are good for boosts, loans for the sake of loans is how you get bankrupt to 99%. Exactly. Like, don't get me wrong, it very much makes sense. If you have either a guarantee or a very, 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 very strong likelihood that you can take a loan and turn around, and that loan will ultimately pay for itself in a short window of time, it is very arguably worth it. Like, that's honestly how a lot of businesses end up functioning, is they do need that loan to get, like, whatever it is they need to do their early upstaff, because they have that multiple $1 million thing going on. I was just looking up at the corner, seeing the money rocket down, going, what is my worker doing? Right, I'm filling up the water tank. That's why our money is just plummeting into the floor, because I'm buying water right now. It was just one of those things, I was like, wait a second, hang on. Worker, that's an unsustainable amount of... Look, man, I know wages are up, but holy crap. That's just the cost of water, which that's totally fine. No, I'm teasing. That's actually a horrific amount. I mean, to be fair, the amount of water we're filling that thing up with is like 20 or like 2,000 liters of water all in one go. It's going to cost a pretty penny. Yeah. Salam says, that or when your current income covers your loan payment already? Right. But the argument would still be, if you're going to take the loan, you need to be able to justify the loan on the other side of it. Like, just borrowing money because you can afford to borrow it. Oh, literally that was 1% from full. Excellent. Okay, that works. So I don't even have to fill this up again. Like, borrowing money for the sake of having more money... It's like, to have a buffer in your account by taking a loan defeats the whole point, because you might as well have not taken the loan to have the buffer in actual cash. But it's something like, if you're going to miss payroll because of just circumstances outside your control, but like you've already got the contracts lined up where you're going to be getting the money in and yada yada yada, you're basically set. You're just kind of waiting for that money to actually come in. That's a perfectly good reason to take a loan. Another good reason to take a loan is if you have, again, a fairly guaranteed income. Not that I'm advising people to go into debt. I am very much... You know, I personally will take loans only if I have no other choice for the most part. But, you know, or there's certain purchases that, in the real world, they don't like to work in cash. So you end up basically having a loan by the nature of it. But it's still, the idea is to pay it off as fast as you possibly can, kind of thing. Also, yep, in most games, they cap, you cap out your... I missed the rest of that, could scroll down the screen. Expansion rolls to be under my existing income, so the investment does... If the investment doesn't pay off, you don't go deep in. Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's generally speaking me. In games, I will just go without taking the loan. I will do the slow climb as long as I can, but I will just absolutely... You know, absolutely just not do, like, any kind of loans if I don't have to, in-game or in real life. It's one of the things that irks me when you're playing a game and they're trying to teach you the mechanics, and they're like, you should take a loan for this amount of money, and you're like looking at your money, it's like, I don't need it. Don't make me take it. The game's like, nope, won't let you continue the tutorial until you take that loan. That's, Big Ambitions does that, and so it's come my strategy when I start a new run of Big Ambitions. I take the loan as you're required, and I immediately pay back so I don't lose a dime. And then I proceed the entire rest of the tutorial without problem, because the loan is entirely unnecessary. The very last 13 says, my friend got her first gaming mouse after using an office mouse for ages, and it was fun hearing how excited she was to trying it out. Oh yeah. Like, it's little things like that that can be so much fun. That's, like, really not a big deal in the real world. But, you know, it's a special moment to someone that they're having fun with it. Who cares? Like, and you'll have people absolutely ruin that moment. It's like, oh, well, you got the budget gaming mouse. And it's like, you didn't get the real game. It's like, man, don't ruin their fun. Let them have that. It's like when someone gets broadband hooked up for the first time in their house. That's not relevant nowadays, but when, you know, they get their first broadband connection, it'd be like the old DSL that got added. And, they're so hyped. They're on the internet. They're going 12 megabytes per second, well, megabits per second. And you're sitting on your cable going, I'm at like 60 or 100, right? And you're like, man, don't spoil that. Like, they're still, they went from 56 kilobit per second to, 12, 18, whatever megabit per second. That's like a life-changing speed change for anyone who's been on dial-up days. Even as kind of junk as DSL was a lot of times. The upload was nice in DSL, for the record. But the download is kind of really, really rough. But even then, it's like, man, don't spoil that. They can actually load an image in and not take 5 minutes. That's a big deal to them. They're having fun. They can download a video. Not in a timely manner, but they can download it. She got two, a heavier lighter and a heavier one and a lighter one to see which one works best, then return the other and keep in case it breaks. That's not a terrible strategy. That's one of the things, like, that to me is the big loss of where things have gone from, in-person stores to online. I much prefer online, but that is the one thing I will say is something I miss. Is I do miss being, like, able to go in and, like, grab the mouse and be like, does this feel like a good weight? Does this, feel good in my hand? And you can't do that anymore. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But, now granted, I understand why that a lot has mostly gone away, because I'm 100% guilty of going to, like, Best Buy, picking up the different mice, getting a feel for it, and going, oh my god, you're like twice the price of me going online. And then leaving the store and going online and buying it. I am absolutely guilty of that one, just going on to Newegg or whatever back in the day. Which is why they don't do that anymore. Nowadays, the brick and mortar stores don't have the ones you're looking for. Oh, can we get a tour? Yeah, sure, we can get a tour. So, for our tour, not a huge amount has changed since the last time a lot of people tuned in, but when we started this run, I had this truck and this bus and a chainsaw and nothing else. There's a bunch of trees on this hill. We did get rid of them. From there, the first thing we invested in buying to get things going. Are you still running? You're still running. Okay. The next thing we did buy is we went over here. We got ourselves some greenhouses as well as our water setup. So that's what we got over here. We used to have different greenhouses. The map came with them, but they were pretty overpowered, so we got rid of them. But yeah, so we set up our greenhouses. That got us our initial investment. And so what we did from there is we started putting a field down here. About half the length of this field was that first field. And then we got this field set up. And we used that to make ourselves enough money that we were able to buy a new tile, which was this tile we're on now, where we expanded this field to take up the whole rest of this. And the granary and the field back there. The granary actually came later. We got these 3 fields set up. And then we built that granary using the money from those. And then the money for the granary, bought our bakery here. And if we go way down here, this is the only part of the map, building-wise, that already existed on the map. Way down here on the edge of the map is where you buy your tractor stuff, you sell stuff, you get your gas, all that kind of good stuff. But that's all down here. Get your animals, whatnot. As you can see, I've got my sprayer we just bought. We haven't used it yet. It needs to be repaired. We got it used. But it is there for whenever we run out of our solid fertilizer we've already purchased. And then the next big addition after all, that was the field way down there that you see our harvester and our trailer over in. That is our brand new sorghum field. We have had 2 harvests out of it, I believe now. But we got that, and then we got our sheep pen over here. So we've got our I don't know how many sheep are in there now. It's a bunch. We got a bunch of sheep in there now. So we've been making very solid progress. But this is a very slow run, so where you compare this in a lot of times in other situations, you might look at someone else's farm and go, man, people usually just skyrocket through this and they'll have like 30 fields by now. Right. If I'm able to take loans and leases and all that, like, I'd have a much larger harvester and just beeline for that, use it to make money faster. But we are doing a challenge mode where I'm not allowed to take loans and leases. I started with $0, and we've just been building up from there. So it is a more difficult setup that is slower than a typical playthrough, but that's the interest and the fun. All right, so you're almost done plowing that field. Then I gotta clean up your disaster. You're good there. Yeah, so this should be... Yeah, so the food is staying maxed out because I got this giant wheel of grass. So it's got 4,312 liters of grass in it, and they can hold 3,000. We've got our wool showing up here. That doesn't get sold till April. Our bread and flour, I believe, gets sold, I think it was January? And then our stuff at our greenhouse gets sold in, I believe, February. Which I'm just remembering I actually need to go over here and move the stuff away from our greenhouses real fast so I can make sure they don't get backed up, because they'll stop producing. That's it. You wish you could keep buying the same shoes, but someone in the house is using my old ones, and I'm getting annoyed when the shoes get confused. You need to find a new style you like. You said you love Farming Simulator memes with trucks going flying. Oh yeah, almost every simulation game weirdly just has situations that the physics calculations just completely break down sometimes for whatever reason, and you just get vehicles being orbited or whatever. Like, I've seen clips of that with SnowRunner where you'll pull up the map and suddenly your truck will just launch in the air and like pinwheel and spot, and you just see like damage till it stops working. The Farm Sim space program. Yeah, no, I've seen that. The one I haven't had it with the vehicles too much. The one I've had is where you go to pick up something and you go to jump for whatever reason, like to get over a tree or whatever, and you just start like hovering up in the air because you're like holding the thing below you, and so it has you picking it up and you're standing on it, so it just keeps going up and up and up forever. I've done that one a few times. That one gets pretty wild. Alright, so let's try and clean up our greenhouses. We're almost done with that field getting plowed, and then I gotta fix up all these fields that the AI plowed and did a not so amazing job of. We are most likely gonna end up having to sell some of our greenhouse stuff early again this year because we got that sprayer, but that's fine. And we're almost done with the sorghum, so that'll start preventing where we're bleeding money real fast to all of our workers, because both of those workers will be done soon. I know I already have enough seeds. I should have enough fertilizer to do it. No, I definitely have enough fertilizer and seeds to do everything. If they ask for lime, that I don't have. You're overloading in strawberries? Yeah, that's a thing I've had to do, is I've had to constantly go by here and be like, alright, it's time to empty this out. Actually, the strawberries were just about to overfill. Man, I still got like 8 more of those in there. Are there liquid fertilizer and herbicide tanks that you can place on the farm? Liquid fertilizer, yes. I have no idea about herbicide. I'm not super worried about that, to be honest. I believe you can get big trailer that you can load up with that stuff. You just put like a big trailer with that stuff, drive it up, you know, do that kind of thing. I'll try and back this up. The double hinge on this thing is always a nightmare for me. Like, it's fine going forward, but you gotta go backwards with it, and getting it to cooperate with you is a very difficult thing. The other tractor is the one that really should be pulling this. Okay, so you finished plowing there. You're probably getting pretty close to full. That's fine. It is one short of a full load, but we're just going to drop it off right here for just a minute. There's more like quality of life. You could technically have 2 tanks you can do transfers to and from to switch what sprayers. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I believe you could just like kick stuff out of that. But yeah, no, there's like I said, there's a liquid fertilizer one. I don't think there's an herbicide container that you can just grab. But like I said, I think you might be able to buy a trailer. And you can just use the trailer and like load it up kind of deal. Alright, so we've got 4 more popping out. And I gotta get to the plow, clean up the mess, and then we gotta fertilize the fields. And pretty soon, if it's not already happened, our harvester will be full again. Yep, it's full. In this case, I gotta take you over myself because you're facing the way I can't get to. You mean trailer tanks? Yeah. Well, that's probably what I'd do, is I'd probably get like whatever the biggest tank is I can for like the herbicide and the fertilizer. We would load those up, and then we would just, you know, park them whenever I'm in an area working on something. You could just park them nearby to top off. It depends on how much I need to refill. Like, if it's one of those things I can blast through a whole field and finish it, then, you know, that's not even that big a deal. We can drop it off real fast and be done with it. Because I also think you can also take the herbicide net back out and just, like, drop it as containers on the ground. Which is fine by me. Alright, so we probably have one more complete emptying of this and then a partial. And then we'll be done harvesting this field. I don't mind filling an area with barrels as long as we have an area that is the area we fill up with barrels. Which is eventually over there where those rocks are is where we're going to do all that stuff. Alright, JD, you have yourself a good lurk, and thank you for lurking. It is appreciated. Alright, so let's clean up your mess. Alright, so it looks like you just missed this one and then 2 spikes over there. Which I think is just its proximity to the tree, maybe. We'll go down to this end, we'll hit this area going up, and we'll swing back and go the other way. Yeah, so we still got like 90-something% of the field done. They just didn't do a great job of it. But when we get the cultivator, that should be better. The downside is, we might be able to pull it off after this harvest. Oh, I see. There we go. Alright, we can clean this up. Still wish there was a "this is what the AI sees" flag mod. Yeah. That was, there was a lot of chit-chat about assuming the next Farm Sim is Farm Sim 2025 or Farm Sim 25 or whatever, which we don't have any verification about that being whatsoever. That just would align with the release rate they've been doing in the past. But if that were the case, like, things you would like to see, and one of the big asks for was, like, AI improvements is one of the big asks. You know, more crops is always an ask. It doesn't matter. There was, you know, some type of, like, pests or something of that nature might be fun. Like, whether it's bugs or molds or mildews. You know, something that you could have a field that it wouldn't just be, you know, a perfect thing where you've got it set up and everything's fine. You never have to think about it again. That you could run into. It's like, oh, crap, you know, I was growing tomatoes and tomatoes have a higher risk of this problem, and I got it, so now I need to do the extra step to deal with it. And that you can be both proactive or reactive with that kind of thing, where maybe you go and you have, again, like, wasp box, ladybug box, that kind of thing, where you know, preemptively spray the plants or whatever. Yeah, but there's pros and cons to all that. Like, preemptively spraying the plants could be, you know, not particularly cheap. You know, versus the pests, the way they would work is once they're on your plants, for every month that they remain on your plants unhandled, they would severely hurt your yield or whatever. Yeah, the fields of the game have the states growing, grown, withered. Yep. Like, that'd just be it during the growing phase. Or, like, growing or grown phase, that you could have various things would, you know, potentially do harm to your field that you'd have to deal with. Do you have much experience with Farm Sim 2019? I do not. I have actually never played it. An obscure UI question that's been bugging you? If you can answer it. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't. Farm Sim 22 is my first Farm Sim. Now, that said, I do know there's a decent number of people here who have or are playing Farm Sim 2019. So, you can still ask. Maybe someone will know the answer. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, I could have just used... It's fine. We're already moving. Otherwise, it'd be one of those ones that you just, you know, Google foo it. Alright. Let's see, what are the requirements for the community night thing you mentioned? So what we've got going on right now is if we hit our goal, either the daily or the bit goal, basically each time we hit one of those we get a point. But if we hit that 15 times in the month, that is going to have like a game night that'll be off stream where I'll be on voice comms, you know, hang out, we can chat, like I'll play with everything. And I would say if we hit, let's say if we hit, I don't want to make it too much higher. Let's say 18 points. So it'll be nice and generous, only 3 points higher. If we hit that, then I will do some type of multiplayer server thing. Like, we'll vote on what the game is and all that kind of stuff. But we will do some multiplayer server, that kind of thing. And where it's changed, like, I've been having to adjust it and whatnot. And to clarify how that works is each time we hit the like sub goal, that's a point. If we hit the bit goal, that's a point. If we hit both, that's 2 points. And if we hit more than double, you know, basically by how much of a multiplier it is, we get more points, that kind of thing. So if for example, someone just pop into chat and go, here's 5,000 bits, that would be 5 points, because that'd be the equivalent of 5 days worth of the bit goal. And all these goals are mostly around trying to keep the channel in its current state. So far as like subs and all that kind of stuff. That's where most of those numbers came from. The bits not so much, but the subs. That's the reason it's 7 daily subs versus like 10 or 20 or whatever. Yeah, there's the great demand indicator. I assume it means there's some good that's worth more that day. I have yet to actually see it do anything that I've been able to notice. I'm sure it is doing something, but with the prices what they are in the game, how they're affected by season, I've never seen it mean much. Is it still flashing? Oh no, not that I see. Usually it just appears and goes away. But yeah, no, it appears for like every once in a while, be like, great demand. It's like, okay. Cool, I guess. I'm still going to go with the procedure I've got because the crops are going to be worth more when I go to sell on the appropriate month anyways, so not going to worry about it. Man, you did a real bad job in this field. Like, this field is straight up terrible. Yeah, so sorry that's not as well defined. Like, I had a plan for going into the month, and because we unlocked like the Twitch integration stuff, and then it got like really low reception, and so that kind of put me into a panic of adjusting everything. But very clearly, Twitch integration wasn't something that people were as interested in as I thought they were. Yeah, and I unfortunately don't know. You know, it does sound terrible if it's annoying that's like blinking constantly and you can't turn it off. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Now, it's not saying if we don't hit the goal, like, I'll never do a community server or anything like that. Generally, in the past, my stance on like doing a community server, and that's not farm sim, just in general, is I'm not a really big fan of having to deal with adminning stuff like servers, because they have to deal with, you know, like, if two people, even if like both are understandably, like both, you know, two people kind of get at each other, where it's a whole thing that escalates, then I gotta deal with it, and I don't like that. Now, it's one thing if like one person's clearly out of line, that's fine, because I just go and, you know, deal with them. But, you know, then I have to deal with like the drama and everything. There is an upkeep to all those servers and that you do have to pay, so they're not free. And so there's like all of that stuff. And then, you know, like making sure people who you want to be into the server can versus those you don't want can't. So like some games, the availability for malice is high enough that you do have to put some barriers to entry. And then there's also some games that like the opportunity for malice is very low, so you don't like, it's totally fine just like let pretty much anyone in. If someone's trouble, you just ban them and then it's just, you know, fine. Hey, Cozy Joe, how's it going? Well, let's see. You know the reason why your response time is low? Is you're streaming on Twitch, so lots of people. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing, and I do get that commenter. But yeah, I know we've got like about 100 people over on Twitch, so it's not that I'm trying to ignore it. There's just a lot of conversation happening in a lot of places, so you're only seeing like one slice of what's going on. But yeah, no, I wouldn't be against doing a community server and something. It's just the big thing is all the admin stuff. And then like for example, we got welcomed onto Ultrasaurus's server, and I played on there like two or three times, like twice on stream and all that. And you know, basically welcomed others, saying, hey, you know, this is available for anyone who wants, you know, who is a sub for that one, because I was for Ultrasaurus, she was restricting it to her subs, and I'm like, hey, I'm gonna, you know, it's her server, I'm gonna match her, you know, her guidance. She's done more of this than myself, so I'm just gonna go with her judgment call. And I don't think we actually had a single person from our community jump on that server at all. Like, I was playing with a couple other people from her community, but no one really came across, which is fine. But, like, if I had paid to set up a server and admin it and go through all the hassle of setting everything up and it did that, like, that would be a real big knock for me. Because, like I said, it's not only it's an expense, but it is a very significant time investment, too, to go through setting all that stuff up. But yeah, no, I've talked about potentially doing like Farm Sim or Project Zomboid, Factorio, that kind of thing, all depending on what we want. But if we did have a win, I would put it up for a poll on the Discord. That's actually been one of the problems, is getting enough people to participate stuff on the Discord to like weigh in when we're having these kinds of things. Because I can't just do it during stream. Because if I do a poll like during stream, I'm inherently going to leave everyone out who's not on at that specific moment. Killju said, different question. Coming out of 2023, what was your favorite game released that year? Coral Island. Didn't have to hesitate or think. Coral Island is the answer to that question. That was easily my favorite. There was lots of good ones, though. To be clear, it wasn't... Oh, this thing's going to be full, isn't it? Alright, well... Whoops. But yeah, no, Coral Island was my favorite. And I know a bunch of people's like, what are your top 5, if you will? Yeah, I usually don't look at the top 5, but I've had enough people like ask that and go like, you know, things. So I try to sit down and think. Like some of the games from last year that particularly stood out for me was Coral Island stood out. I believe Sunhaven was last year as well, and that was one that stood out. So that would be another slice of life. Dave the Diver was a lot of fun. I'm still salty that Dave the Diver, its accessibility settings are so not great. Even now, because for as excellent as that game is, for such a simple thing that they could have fixed, that they really should fix. And the big thing is screen shake more than anything else. Like, they've got a couple other things, but screen shake in that game is very aggressive. Like, very, very aggressive, and you cannot turn it off. So, like, you hit a fish, and the whole screen's just going everywhere. And you're just like, look, man, please. I don't mind if you have, like, the scene where you make things happen. I'm not going to spoil the story, but, like, you make things happen where things go boom. Sure, you know, shake the screen once. I understand. But, like, every single day you go in the water, it's like 8 or 9 times that you're shaking the screen violently. It's like, come on, man. Even if it doesn't cause motion sickness, this is just obnoxious. That said, it's still an amazing game, despite that really bad fault. But I really, really wish they would deal with that fault. What other games are like big standouts? So I would probably say Baldur's Gate 3, but I can't say so honestly because to me, I didn't get a chance to like properly give it a playthrough. It seems really good. I just haven't had the time, so it would be disingenuous for me to be like, I had a great time with it. It's a good game. I haven't played it enough. I just haven't been able to make the time for it. I genuinely enjoyed Starfield a whole lot. And I know a whole lot of people, like, grump about that, but that's whatever. I enjoyed it. I do think people overhyped their expectations. To me, when I looked at Starfield, my entire stance is, it's going to be Skyrim in space. Does it have problems? Yes. Those load times are obnoxious. But where people were sitting there going, oh god, it's a terrible game. See, it's so awful. It's so bad. I've come to accept when people sit there and complain about games being awful, they're probably just not amazing. Anywhere below amazing, and you'll have people talking about how it's like the worst thing ever and that the company should be ashamed and everything is awful and it's like the Antichrist is now walking the earth because of the release of the game. It's like all over the top, ridiculous nonsense. And you're just like, come on, man. Like, don't get me wrong, there were some crap games. To be fair, there actually were some crap games. There were games that got pulled from the Steam store like days later and the devs shut down, they were so bad. And by all means, calling those games terrible? Sure, absolutely. But like so many games you hear people harp about how like they're the worst game ever and the developers should be ashamed of themselves. 99% of the time it's like, nah man, it was a good to an okay game. Like, was it amazing? No, but was it a good game? Sure. Like, I would even say Starfield is a good game. Again, it is Bethesda. It's a buggy mess. There's definitely stuff that they really do need to improve. The load screens, every 2 seconds, just let me shortcut past some things because your load screens are obnoxious. But otherwise, that was like my only really, really big frustration was just the load screens. Like, and I have relatively fast performance. It's just, you know, it's the frequency of them. The day after the refund. Yeah, that was the one. Like that legitimately was a crap game. It was very clear they were like, "Oh, we have to release something." They rushed something out with like nowhere near any kind of effort. And the response was appropriate. Yep. No, absolutely. I agree. I personally feel Starfield is a good game. I do feel there was a lot of people who expected it to be a different game, just like Subnautica. Misconduct. I mean, Subnautica was also excellent. That wasn't last year, though. That's been a while. But yeah, like, I feel like people expected it to be like a proper space sim. They never really advertised as being such. So I feel like they expected it to be like No Man's Sky with like proper space simulation. They could pop back and forth, and it really wasn't that. Nor did it purport to ever be that. You had people who were expecting, you know, way, way more stuff to it. And that's fair, but at the same time, I feel like they mostly delivered on what they promised. Oh yeah, no, it's totally fair to say it's not a game I enjoyed. That's fair. My big frustration is there were people who were flat out like screaming that is like the worst game ever and that Bethesda should be ashamed of themselves and clearly they're a dead company and all. I'm like, no, you're being a little dramatic. And a mix of that is partly people having unreasonable expectations. That's one thing. And that's been a problem for a while. Another thing you've been running into is right now, when it comes to doing numbers on social media and all that, negativity sells. The return on investment for being negative and screaming and yelling about everything and how awful it is and how they should be, you know, disallowed to continue operating business, like, you know, the really over-the-top stuff, like that just pulls numbers on all the platforms because the people who agree will also chime in and the people against will also chime in. So it just does double duty, makes mileage. And I find it disheartening and frustrating to deal with that. Because it's just one of those things I'm like, but this isn't productive. This isn't good. This is the kind of stuff I want on Filter Out. I get asked if I can destroy that rock like 6 times every stream. You can by cutting down the sign at the front of the area. I don't believe you can do so through the tools in the game, like the normal tools. But very genuinely, I don't plan on getting rid of that rock. My intention is to get the end of this field. I mean, some of these fields over here by my production lines are going to go away. That as we expand other fields, this will be where other stuff goes. This world needs a good old reset, like fire. I don't agree with that either. I feel like we just need to go onto platforms and actually do moderation that takes into consideration the tone of content. And not that you shouldn't be allowed to have, like, negative stuff. But, like, if someone who is negative around absolutely everything, that perhaps the algorithm, instead of feeding into that, should potentially dissuade from that. But right now, there's no financial incentive of doing that. Like, why would you do that? Like, that negativity makes mileage. It sells ads. So, every incentive is for the companies to continue doing that, because that's the thing that gets people to click, gets people to read, gets people to hang out. You tried to cut down that sign? You tried, and it told it can't be cut down? You have to own the tile the sign is on. So you have to buy that tile to be able to cut it down. It's just like the trees. You might be able to get around it if you have the forestry mod. Because the forestry mod does let you cut down trees outside the territory you own. And I'm assuming mechanically the way that sign works is it's effectively a tree. It's just a tree that looks like a sign. Alright, and after this pass, we should have everything done here. Then it'll be time to fertilize, and we should be good with all that. I think there's one little strip on the far left as well. But the point is, we're almost done. The downside is I can't even remotely afford to repair this thing. This poor tractor and plow are at like 50%. And then they get to do it all again tomorrow. So we are going to have to, we're going to have to go through here and sell a bunch of our stuff out of the greenhouse again to make ends meet. Like I said, that's because we bought that sprayer that we weren't prepared to buy. And so that's cost us a bunch of money, like 50,000, like it's 45,000 or some change or whatever. But that's going to be a significant hit. But that's okay. We're still going to keep our main money-making product will get sold in the appropriate time. I was actually curious if I could drag this out, the repair and everything, to get my max money, but I think right now, with as bad of shape as the tractor and plow is in, I'm best off just doing the sale real quick. Getting that all sorted. Alright. So catch up this little line here. We'll grab the trailer, we'll load it up with the stuff from the greenhouse, we'll do the sale, we'll repair the stuff, and all that. What are you planting in the big field that's being used for anything or just sold off? Yeah, so the big field back there is sorghum. It's a grain like wheat is, so that is also going in the granary, and then we're selling the extra flour. Because now we have more flour than the bakery can facilitate. And it is extremely lucrative. We made like an extra 40,000 from the last harvest because of it. So an extra 40,000 for one field is not too shabby. We've just been spending the money as fast as it comes in. So like we're making good money now. We're just, you know, spending a lot. You know, the other thing I could do is instead of spelling stuff early, do I really need the tiny plow anymore? Probably keep it for now. That's good for making new fields. Yeah, we'll just... Yeah. No, we bought a sprayer. We managed to find the absolute biggest sprayer in the game. It went up on sale, so we snagged it for a really good bargain. It needs to be repaired and it needs to be, like, there's an upgrade for it I could, you know, do as a modification for it. So it needs that stuff. But it's pretty much ready to rock and roll. Alright. So we're going to dip into our greenhouse goods yet again. Pretty much every year we've been doing this now. That the greenhouse goods are the, I got overspendy, and therefore I need a quick influx of cash. Let's go grab the greenhouse stuff. What is an Antarctic leech? I have no idea. This is now space for your thoughts. As long as your thoughts remain reasonable. It's a weird way of phrasing that. Alright. This is going to be a pricey repair. It's going to be like a $4,000 or $5,000 repair. Now, granted, we've already maxed out. The repairs aren't going to get more expensive than they already are. So far as, like, the rate we have to repair and the cost of it. But we are hitting that point that we're, like... really kind of thing. You wish you had a greenhouse with hydroponics? You think that'd be cool? Yeah, part of me wishes I had that. Like, in my own backyard, I wouldn't have any place to put it. But assuming I did... I'd probably still be gardening. I don't even know. So that's honestly the possibility. If I had that, there's a good chance I wouldn't have gotten into streaming because I would still be putting all my time into gardening and I wouldn't have had time to even start or consider starting. Whereas what ended up happening is I was gardening a bunch, but just the various pests I were dealing were just decimating my garden after a while. Like, it was really good for a long time. But it was just dealing with stuff like deer and raccoons and everything else, and I'd finally get rid of one pest and immediately get another one that eventually is like, you know what, I'm tired. I got spoiled that I started getting into gardening in apartments, so I had like, you know, the porch that was the second floor porch. Ooh, 4,500 for the repair on the tractor. That hurts. It's not surprising at all, but that does still hurt. You've had groundhogs the last 2 years? That's no fun. Yeah, for me it's sort of like really minor bugs like leaf miners, crap like that. You know, caterpillars, whatever. But I kept getting rid of stuff and I kept getting bigger stuff. Like, I'd get rid of the leaf miners and then I got caterpillars. Get rid of the caterpillars and then I'd have, like, you know, raccoons. I get rid of the raccoons, then I got deer, and I'm like, what the heck happens when I get rid of the deer? Like, I'm kind of scared of what animal pops in here next. There's not really bears locally, but they are in the state. You get people? I mean, to be fair, I did have one of my pineapples stolen by the yard service. And I never made a stink about it. I probably should have. But it was one of those things that's like very clearly them because my neighbors weren't home at the time and a pineapple went missing. And I'm like, you know what animals don't use? Serrated blades. Because it's very clearly cut at the stem. I'm like, that is very clearly like sawn off there. That wasn't an animal. That was a person. I may not be the smartest man, but I can see what happened here. I didn't have much problems with the yard service, but that one was definitely like, okay. Look. Those things take like a whole year to grow. The least you could do is not jack my pineapple, please. I am literally paying you to be here. Yeah, that was another one of the things that like demotivated me. I had 3 or 4 pineapple plants growing that year. I didn't get to keep a single one. The raccoon got 2 of them. Someone else took off with the last one. I don't remember what happened. But it was like, it was just one of those things. It's just, I had a bunch of them. You only get 1 a year per plant. And all of my plants, something got to them before I did. And it's not like I was waiting till they're like super over-ripened or something like that. You know, he's like, okay, whatever. But it's just one of those things. I'm like, come on, man. Like, that's the biggest letdown when you're gardening, is you put all that time in to get your plant and all that kind of stuff, and then you don't even get the payout on the other side. that you're like, look, man, I'm not asking a lot. Like, I do get if I grow a giant tomato bush or whatever, yeah, some of the birds and other nonsense are gonna get them. That's fair. I'm paying the wildlife tax. But when they take the whole plant, that I'm not down with. That is just too steep of a tax rate, nature. You need to calm down. Like, we have a loquat tree, and that seems fair. If I actually take the time to pick the loquats, I get a pretty good amount. Do the birds decimate that tree over time? Yes, they do. But I still like get at least enough that if I want to do like preserves, I could do a couple of jars or something like that. That's fair. But man, that last year or two out of that garden, I didn't get hardly anything out of it. Like, plenty of stuff grew, I just didn't get to be the one to eat it. Sorry if that picked up, I don't think it did. You had deer eat a few of your apple tree saplings? Oh, that's rough. I think the one that pissed me off with the deer the most was it was raspberries and blackberries growing. And they had gone to like very sizable bushes. They were like a good 3 feet-ish high and just starting to like produce berries. And I went from like one day that they're there and fine, and I came out the next day and the bush was gone. There was just a little nub that was like barely a centimeter out of the ground. They had eaten the whole thing, thorns and all the way down to the like towards basically down to the roots. One night, whole thing, just gone. Absolutely all of it. I was super pissed. Is it going to show this as needing lime? So we limed these fields last year. It does mark as needing lime. That's pretty annoying, actually. Like, and I figured out ways to, like, get the deer to go away. Well, then time to get a shotgun and go in the freezer. Yep, I could shoot the deer with a shotgun, and then proceed to be in serious legal trouble because I am not out in the county. I am in an area that has lots of people living in it. So it would be both like really a bad move for me for the safety of others to just pop out any type of gun. So bow and arrow then? I actually don't think there's any laws against bow and arrow. I'm pretty sure there's like no hunting allowed inside the suburbs and all that, just in general. I do know discharge of a firearm within the suburbs, outside of personal defense, you're gonna get yourself in some serious trouble. They don't mess around with that. Like, it's one thing if you're at like a gun range, which is like, you know, a place specifically made for it, or again, self-defense. It isn't illegal unless you get caught. I don't live by that philosophy. I've seen a whole lot of people who do, who are now in jail because they got caught. Put the deer in the truck or take the gun. I mean, at that point, you have the deer. Like, all the other... Like, at that point, you've got the deer. All the other is secondary. Alright, trying to deal with all the different buildings and all our different products and whatnot. So I'm not going to bother liming the fields this year. I'd have to sell a bunch of the rest of that produce early. I mean, it's probably worth my time, but I'm already putting down the fertilizer. It won't be so bad. Like, the lime isn't particularly expensive. It's just... It doesn't... Oh, your thoughts are getting noticed? Hey, I'm sorry. I don't try to ignore any of the platforms. It is one of those things that I've got chat constantly going in one spot. Nothing. What have you rammed a car at 200? I mean, also, why? You're asking just like random questions. That's the kind of question you ask Google. What happens if I run a vehicle into something at this speed? More than likely, the vehicle is basically debris, and the wall is probably also debris. None of which is relevant to anything around here. You put razor wire around the rest of your saplings? Eek. Let's see, you're tempted to do it. You're very out in the middle of nowhere, but you didn't want to go through, get a hunting license again, because you haven't hunted in 5 years. They want me to take a safety course, so I was like, never mind. Yeah. So I was gonna refresher safety course. Well, I mean, yeah, if you're gonna be doing firearms, whatever, you should always get your refresher. I mean, anything that there's a safety concern, you should always get whatever the appropriate, you know, refresher, whatever, that kind of nonsense. It's the same thing, like if you know, like first aid, you should get a refresher. CPR, you should get a refresher. All that kind of stuff. It's worth it. I mean, even stuff like, you know, using certain equipment, like whether it's, you know, farming stuff or your lawn and garden or scuba diving or whatever, if you haven't done it in a while, you should get your refresher. Or you're probably just going to go in and be like, yep, that's fine. But you never know, and you're like, oh, I forgot about that. That one's important. Yeah, that's important. It's good to know the important thing before, you know, you destroy a piece of expensive equipment or you hurt yourself. Or for the scuba diving especially, you more than hurt yourself because you're going into an environment that the human body wasn't exactly well designed for. So you really are depending on your equipment to make you not dead. But I would absolutely agree, firearms fall in the things you should perhaps get a refresher course on if you haven't done anything with them in forever. I would say anything that could seriously injure you as a probable outcome of messing up, you should probably get a safety refresher if you haven't done it for a long time. Or even if you have done it for a good while, it's still not a bad idea once every N number of years to freshen up. You have a guard license, you can carry a gun related to work, no safety course needed. Right, so you're talking about like the use of firearm versus like hunting rules. So it's like you're saying it's duplicate is effectively what I'm assuming you're saying here. Is you've already had your safety training as a security guard, and that you're expected for the hunting license to get a, you know, massively overlapping if not the same training. Which is okay, fair. Why are you asking these questions? Have you lost your sanity? I don't know. It's actually one of the places that Chat GPT actually does step in. If you have a random question that is unrelated to literally anything that you want to ask, Chat GPT, that is an ethical and reasonable use for that. Oh, it's a chair behind me. It sounded like a helicopter rotor going, or like, you know, like way off in the distance gun, like, you know, rapid fire gun going. It's like, what is that? It wasn't like actually a gun sound, but like, you know, the little sound. But it was just like my arm running down like the faux leather or whatever this chair's made out of. It's just for a moment, it's like, what? What is that noise? Yeah, training and safety courses are seriously important, but also something that a lot of people can pay for. Yeah, this is true. Well, I mean, okay, well, first of all, if we're talking about hunting and all that, outside of if you're like out in the wilderness or whatever, like you're, middle of nowhere or Alaska, that is a luxury. That is not a necessity. If you're in the middle of nowhere, Alaska, or in the middle of rural that you're hunting for your own food, sure. That's a different story. But if you're in like, other areas that you're not, it's not expected that you hunt for food, that is a luxury you're choosing to do. Which is fine, nothing wrong with that. But it is a luxury, it's totally fine to have to pay for a safety course for a luxury. In my mind. If you're dealing with something dangerous. I mean, more generally, firearms training course? Well, I mean, firearms are expensive in general, so it's still considered that a luxury. Outside of if you, need it for work, like you're a police officer or something. That's my opinion. I know people disagree with that, which is totally fine. We don't need to have a conversation about that. For me, that is a hobby/luxury kind of thing, and I know people will go, but personal defense, and then we can do the whole thing where we point at statistics, and it becomes a whole political thing, and we'll leave that alone. But the point is, to me, it is a luxury. And I am 100% on board with the idea that if you are going to be permitted to have something that has the capabilities of a firearm, you should be required to have to go through safety courses. Now, that said, if it is a requirement for a job, the company should cover you. If there is a very good reason why that is a necessity for you, for whatever reason that might be, okay, sure. Like, if you can demonstrate that you have an individual safety concern that you've got to worry about, yada, 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 sure, you know what? That should just be included in the price of your firearm, which is also an extremely expensive piece of hardware, which, of course, barely registers on the radar for costs. Like, firearms will cost you hundreds of dollars at an absolute minimum, if not thousands. Not counting ammunition or anything else, and usually a safety course is like a $50, $50, thing you do at a gun show or whatever to get your course knocked out. Now, obviously, hunting license is a different thing, but then we circle back to the hunting license being a luxury outside of, like, really out there rural areas. So for me, it doesn't particularly bother me that there is a cost to owning a firearm for purposes of hunting. Again, different story if you're in the middle of, like, nowhere, Alaska. I get it. Not legal to hunt with a rifle, shotgun, or bow state only? I'm missing the context of that. I think use the flamethrower, cook the meat. No, you ruin everything. Alright, so I've got all that down. How much would it cost me to do the lime? So you want lime and rolling. That'll be a 15% penalty. Hunting is an important general population control. Right. But that's still a luxury. People pay for the privilege to hunt those things. I do agree, and I 100% agree with the idea that, there is the issue that if you let deer populations get completely out of control, they decimate the vegetation in the area, which cause all sorts of issues and all that. I agree, 100%. But that's one of the things, is they literally raise money for protecting a bunch of stuff through those hunting licenses. So it does double duty. Like, it's where people do big game hunting. Not that I'm a big supporter of big game hunting or anything like that. There is awful ways that people do that, but there's also cases where they literally use the money for that for the environmental support, and they will target, like, an animal that's of old age and dying, and I still don't think it's a great system or anything like that. I wouldn't do it myself. But it is a way they raise money for the conservation that they get an animal they want to get rid of anyways. Sometimes. There's definitely places that are not on the up and up. And you deal with all that. I'm a little scared to hit this tap for the lime. That'll just pop out a bunch of it. How much is the lime? 450. It's 15% crop. Okay. So let's leave this thing here. We'll sell the other thing of the greenhouse stuff. We'll buy the lime. Because I suspect the 15% extra crop from all of those fields is likely worth more than all that stuff. You're the one talking to you on TikTok? No, I'm aware, commenter. I don't have as nearly as much of a presence on TikTok. I mean, right now you're just asking random questions about random nonsense that, like, you know, I've kind of alluded to the fact that's, like, not really worth caring about. Like, it's just one of those things, like, you know, it's just one of those things, like, really, like, random trivia kind of things. Plus, to be fair, the last one would easily get into politics. So, you know, doing the whole just dodging that one. I'm trying to remember where's the... You're over here. Right. Start overloading water. So, like, it's just one of those things that I kind of hinted at, like, random trivia questions. Like, that's what Google's for? That's what ChatGPT's for? Like, it's one thing when we're having a discussion, but you're, like, literally pulling things completely everyone. They'll have a lot of farmers that kill deer and other animals to keep away from your crops. So eating vegan doesn't really mean no animals are harmed. I mean, right. Nah, ChatGPT is where you put a whole lot of words to tell you nothing. You just scratch your head and it's like, what was the answer they actually gave me out of here? I feel like it just got a lot of fluff. With no real anything one way to action in any way. Alright. So I do want to put the lime down. I'm just surprised they need lime. I thought I literally limed them last year. And I thought it was a whole thing with the lime that it was you'd do it once and it would be like once every 3 years or whatever you had to like re-lime it. It's fine. It's like I said, it's not particularly expensive, especially compared to the fertilizer and whatever. Yeah, ChatGPT pulled references for cases, legal cases that didn't exist. Yeah, I mean, any lawyer who's willing to use ChatGPT deserves to make that kind of mistake and then have their license suspended, or at a minimum held in contempt of court. It'd be the same thing as if your doctor used ChatGPT. It's like, all right, well, even if they got it right, you should still be held for malpractice, because there's certain things you want to make sure people verify their work on. Yeah, normally once every 3 harvests. I can't imagine it's been 3 harvests already. ChatGPT uses data from that. Alright, we could load that. Yeah, no, I know there are people who are like, oh, you know, we shouldn't get in the way of AI. It's the future. I'm like, look, man, I am very pro-technology in a lot of things. But I'm also definitely in the camp of you should be required to get permission to use your sources, like credit things appropriately and all that. Like, right now, like, at a minimum, you should be required to list every one of your sources for whatever you spit out. If you cannot spit out your sources, that is a problem within itself. Like, we don't even have to worry about the next step. That is already, you have failed in the most basic level of dealing with stuff like copyright. It got caught on the word AIDS. I understand you're saying AIDS as in legal aid. It thought of it as the STD. Which, fair. I don't often run into discussions about legal aids very often. Oh no, you're good. Like, I don't expect everyone to think every possible way everything could be interpreted or whatever. Nah, you're good. What is an STD? That stands for sexually transmitted disease. Another term is STI. It's the same thing. It's basically stuff sicknesses you get from having a little bit too much fun and perhaps not, you know, maybe you should have been a little bit more careful or just gotten lucky or whatever. English is not your native? No, I gotcha. It's also standard. I thought it was just technology teaming up. The danger of acronyms. Now, if we run out of line before we finish the fields, we're just gonna go with whatever gets done. We won't buy more. So you kind of gave up trying to word it to get around automod. The streamer and the mod team can see what was said and can allow it or not. Yeah, no, if it's something that like gets caught by surprised, like, you know, surprise, it's like, oh, okay, I see what I got caught. That's fair. Or if it's one of those things that, you know, you get in a situation where you're trying to walk around a term that the term is fine, but automod will snag it, that's totally fine. Now, if it's something that, you know, very obviously the word probably shouldn't be said and people should know better kind of thing, or like, you know, usually it's not a word that gets you, it's like, you know, a combination, like, you know, one word by itself is fine, the other word by itself, the combination is almost always used in bullying, even if in that specific example. Like, if you know you're deliberately, like, stepping on a minefield kind of thing, it's like, alright, could you not? But, there's sometimes finding a way around it's too much. Like, that stuff I don't mind. The big reason I automod isn't to, like, oh no, they said a naughty. The reason I use automod is just dealing with those cases where we have, you know, like yesterday, we had someone who popped in, and they meant no, like, they didn't mean anything positive right from the get-go. You know, they started, like, at first they said something that was, like, you know, kind of picking fun at neurodivergent as a term, and I took it as maybe English wasn't their, you know, first language, so it might have been just an honest mistake. And, you know, I went to make it, like, a learning moment, and then they immediately went to, like, full-on ableism. It's like, okay, this wasn't a mistake, this is just a troll, which is what I figured it probably was going to be, but then... And in the time it took me to say, you know, like, ban, they called Tomb fat, which she was just like, okay, random person on the internet, I don't give a shit about this. Sorry, pardon my language. Your income is 130,000 from solar panels. Yeah, that's the reason I have the, I have, like, kind of the self-imposed rules of I can't just, you know, put up power generation or solar panels. It's totally fine and valid when you're playing on your own. But with the challenge, it felt like really cheesy. Just take as much money as you get from the first trees and put down a solar panel, and then just put down a solar panel, and you know, exponential growth. Yeah, no, it was a person that was here to troll, like start to finish. They were here to troll. There was no honest mistake. That's the kind of stuff that I. Every time you've heard you swear so far, it's while playing Farmers. I've sworn outside of this. It's not even a good troll. No. Most trolling isn't good in general. They just try and pick on people, you know, what they believe or perceive might be their vulnerabilities or whatever. So, like, I know a lot of people, because they deal with people harassing them about neurodivergence, that they come from families who try and pretend it's not a thing, and, you know, it ends up being a very sensitive subject for them, a very fragile touch point kind of thing. And it's understandable, no judgment for people in that situation. So that's what they're trying to do, is they're trying to poke at that. And then you do absolutely run into people in the real world who are really kind of jerks about all of that. And so they go in there and they try and poke what they think is a sensitive issue for you. But I'm sorry, I've been on the internet for more than 30 seconds. I've been in public speaking. I've had to deal with, you know, jerks my whole life. That doesn't bother me. I'm not going to be one losing sleep over it. You know why people do that? They have no autonomy over their own lives. So they got to answer to the boss all day long who just rakes them over the coals, and they just desperately try and claw some feeling that they control something, even if it's some random person's emotions on the internet. And the fact is, if you don't get what they want, they just get to continue feeling miserable. And you feel bad for them that they don't have that autonomy and whatnot. But at the same time, they're still being a jerk. So, you know, whatever. The very last thing, trying to explain how my brain works to someone who doesn't know about ADHD or neurodivergent or anything is a weird, experience. Yeah, and that's the thing. And there's a lot of people who will ask those questions very genuinely, and I do try to answer them very genuinely. But you also have people who have ill will who will set up acting like they're asking an honest question, and then will immediately follow with it, whatever the negative, awful take that they're trying to emulate to, get a rise out of you, which is all they really want in the long run, is they want to see you get bent out of shape and upset and angry, and, they see it as a small victory if they can get you to, like, cuss at them and hit the ban button or whatever. For me, I'm going to ban them because they're a negative addition to the thing. You got an achievement? Nice. But, they're, a negative influence on your community that they're going to take people who aren't in as good a position as you are, that aren't, they're still coming to terms with that kind of stuff. And you could just turn around and be like, well, you're gone, so you don't bother anyone else, but whatever. The OG Man says, that's why my baseline is angry, then no one can try. Yeah, no, if you're just mad all the time, no one can make you angry. A good troll should be, why is that funny reaction? I don't know. I haven't really had, so like there's the trolling that's like the fun jab where the person you are trolling is in on it kind of thing, where they're like, all right, like people, like when you have some communities on Twitch where they'll wish the content creator, happy birthday every day of the year. That's just like the whole thing. That's some fun, silly kind of trolling. You can have like different things, like where you have the person who gets like startled at like nothing in games, and it's kind of become a thing that you all just kind of enjoy. And you're just like got startled, like I startled myself. I closed the door in the game, and it did what doors do, and it closed, and I startled myself. That you can have like you're all in it. You're all laughing. If you're trolling and the victim of the troll is not laughing with you, then you're being a jerk. You're not having a good troll or good fun. You're just being a toxic person. The very last Lordine said, someone pop into your Discord server spouting out slurs and hate and people at the people of content on the server. I was just 9 people laughing at them and ignoring them until the mod got it. Yeah. Well, and honestly, most of the time when we have those kinds of trolls, I report them. I will take the 2-3 minutes. I will go through the process and say, yes, I'm reporting this person. It is for harassment, or it is for, ableist stuff, or it is for racial slur, or whatever they've done. And I'll take the time and I'll go through the report. And most of the time, within an hour or 2 or 3, then they will suddenly have a suspended account. And they'll no longer be on Twitch at all. Because again, it's not something that, someone popped in a channel, they said something, you went, oh wait, I'm sorry, I didn't realize, or something like that, or hey, don't say that here. It is someone like, they showed up first time chatter and immediately went to toxicity. It's like, they're just here to cause trouble. Twitch doesn't want them here, I don't want them here. Most communities don't want them here. If you want to be in your corner of the internet where that is totally fine, they're not going to report you, have fun. But when you spread that everywhere, get out of here. Call of Duty lobbies are full of that stuff? Yep, and that's why I won't play Call of Duty. Well, one of many reasons. I used to play it, but yeah, no, I got tired of every single time I pop into a lobby just listening to racist, toxic crap constantly, that it stopped being fun for me. And so now their lobbies, as they drive more and more people who don't want to deal with that, that's what you're left with. Discord isn't good at handling reports. Not unless it's like straight up like hacking kind of stuff. They're usually pretty good about that. But, like, usually someone has to push pretty hard before Discord will step up and deal with it. Like, if it's something like you're following someone around kind of harassment, they'll jump in on that. But, like, if you just say something that's, like, against their TOS or whatever, that's usually not enough to get Discord to get off their butt. Yeah. You stopped playing League of Legends for that reason. Oh yeah, that's exactly, like, I used to play tons and tons of competitive games. For me it wasn't League of Legends, for me it was Heroes of New Earth. Same concept, it was a MOBA. which that's just a genre. I don't even remember what the acronym stands for. But it's the ones where you got like the towers, you go through the pass and all that. But yeah, no, it's and for you it was Clash of Clans? I didn't have that with Clash of Clans, but I also didn't talk to people in Clash of Clans, so I think I had like the chat turned off or something. That Team Fortress 2? Team Fortress 2, I never really ran into that much, in all honesty. Oh no, I'm familiar with Clash of Clans. I've played Clash of Clans. I just didn't run into toxicity that much. But like I said, I think I had the chat off or just never brought. Yeah, no, Team Fortress True, like once in a while you'd run into a troll, but I ended up finding it not being that particularly bad. Counter-Strike could get pretty toxic sometimes. Call of Duty was definitely way, way, way worse for me than Counter-Strike was for just people being like really, really toxic. It almost felt like when I got into Counter-Strike, it was mostly kind of like I was a teen at that time before like people really ramped up the toxic nonsense. And then it felt like, you know, the Counter-Strike crowd kind of aged with Counter-Strike, like the average age felt like it got that way. So sure, you ran into people who were jerks, but it wasn't nearly as many who were, wannabe edgelords. But versus Call of Duty, I feel like constantly does manage to bring in the younger crowd again and again. You know, and they're understandably teens who are pushing their boundaries and yada yada yada. Those are the people you're going to have that are going to be the edgiest of the edge. So the ones who are going to say the things that, you know, they're going to push their limits as much as possible. And Counter-Strike does let them get away with a lot. But that's also why I don't want to be there and deal with that. Yeah, and I never played Valorant. By the time Valorant started becoming relevant, I was kind of out of competitive games. But that's actually where I liked like things like Rocket League, you know, popped into the scene, where they didn't allow voice comms in the game. All you could, like, the worst trolling you could do is like when someone missed and you'd spam nice shot, or, you know, easy game, or like GG when it was like a shutout or whatever. But it's like, okay, in the really big wide world of trolling, them's next to nothing. But it was definitely like a lot of the MOBAs. Like the MOBAs were the ones that were really bad. I also been playing a lot of PUBG at the time, PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds. And for me that, like, there was toxicity there, but it wasn't that big a deal because you only had to deal with like the first 30 seconds before the lobby started. And then if someone was toxic, you would kill them. And that would be the end of it. Like, if someone's standing nearby you trying to shout stuff, you kill them, and it's over with. And you only have to deal with them for 30 seconds, and that's the end of it. So the opportunity for toxicity was pretty low in that game. The thing that killed PUBG for me was, it was like right at the time that hacking got really bad in the game, that you would go into a round and you just start seeing like headshot, 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 and it was a speed hacker just zipping around the map, headshotting everyone on the map. And it'd be every third game you'd deal with that. And it was like really bad. And I know that was like right when it was at its worst. But it was definitely one of those things that plus dealing with the toxicity in other games I enjoyed is like, you know what? I'm not having fun with this anymore. I'm just going to let the person do this. They're going to run out of lime soon, and that's just going to be enough. Because I'm not buying more lime. This will be fine. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The funniest thing is Counter-Strike was when there was kiddos that were telling you how to play and how I suck. And you were the last one left alive. Oh yeah, well that's another thing, is so many of those games, like you'd have the person like, haha, I got the higher kill to death ratio, and you're like, and your team is losing. Congratulations, you're worthless. Like, look at you, you're in the back corner sniping people in the area that's nothing to do with your objective. Congratulations, you're achieving good stuff here. Hey look, we control 3 out of the 4 points. Huh, what's that? None of the points are in your visible range. Would you look at that? You're not contributing to your team in any meaningful way. Especially look at half those teams. You have like 3 snipers standing around getting good KDRs and just kill to death ratio. So getting good kill to death ratio, like, well, guess what? We're just winning. But to them, the KDR was the only stat they cared about. Which, cool, man. I don't know. That's kind of like all those combined things were just the thing that just got me tired of all of it. So I end up playing way more games that are either... What are you doing? AI? There you go, I understand now. I was like, for a moment, I was like, where are you going? But, those are all things that just, very genuinely, they got me out of competitive games entirely. Alright. So that's fine. We're not going to buy more lime. We got the 2 big fields mostly done. And the other little field there, not quite there. So what's going to end up happening the next day is I'm going to probably have to sell more stuff. And the reason I got to sell more stuff is just dealing with the fact that I do need to put down the seeds and everything. And I have the seeds, but I'm probably going to lean on the workers to do a bunch of the work. And again, that's because they're getting greedy on our buying and buying of stuff. So let's reload all the fertilizer. Alright, how are we doing on time? Oh. We'll probably advance the next day, and that'll be about that time. Yeah, so we still got a decent amount of fertilizer here. Okay. So, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to drop that off. And just for myself, so I don't forget, I'm going to hook up the planter. Seeder. It's not a planter. The seeder. And position at the edge of a field. Because that's the way I've been dealing with remembering what a... Seeder as in puts down seeds. So there we go. We got the wheat set. But we're not going to start it right now. What I'm going to end up doing is putting this right over here. And this is the way I've been dealing with remembering what I'm working on and all that. Kind of my strategy for a lot of stuff in real life. And I know I repeat this and all that. But dealing with ADHD, this is kind of my workaround for my own self. Where I know I'm going to forget a bunch of stuff. I've got the tractor like right there. When I go to be like, oh, I need my tractor, I'll see my tractor sitting on the edge right there and go, oh, right, it's sitting right here where it needs the seed with the seeder full right on the edge of the field that needs to be seeded. Ah, I understand. So it says, hell let loose, you die a lot. And some players that were like 500, 800 meters away from the objective, and no enemy spawned in the resource points, and like, I'm the best player on the map. Look at my KDR. Like, nobody in the game cares about it. Most commendations for your squad go for the team who has like 0.1 or silly KDR like that. Oh yeah, no, I've played games that like straight up I'm playing objectives. My KDR is like right in the dumpster, but for like taking points and everything, I am just absolutely dominating. You also found out Farming Sim has an auto sell option for the greenhouse. You had no idea? Yeah. The only pro and con of that is if you do the auto sell for your greenhouse, the AI does take a small cut. Like basically you just get a small knockdown of it. It's not that much it's worth doing. But it also sells as it shows up, not when you can't like hoard it and then sell it. So you're not getting your full bang. Because it is if we go here, like the small cut isn't that big. It's more like when you're looking here that it will sell in March and April and May and June and July, so you're gonna be selling at the lows and the highs. But it is worth doing once you start getting to that point where like I've got too many pallets to deal with. Just be like, sell it for me. I don't want to deal with it. Like you're still giving me money. I don't want to deal with it right now. All right. So what's gonna end up happening for right now is first of all I'm gonna hit the save button. And I'm gonna run over here real fast. Because one of the things I've been doing is I do post these videos on YouTube as well. Well, I mean, it's going to YouTube via stream, but I go through and have to like fix the thumbnail and all that. So what I'm doing real fast is grabbing my thumbnail before we wrap up. But yeah, I'm going to be wrapping up here in a minute. So 24-hour stream when? I've actually said I'm not really going to do 24-hour streams. Like I did one way back. And honestly, just not worth the time. Yeah, no, I see we're negative 53 bucks. That's just because all the money went out. I'm just gonna sell the stuff from the greenhouse and that'll be good. But so I try and have a screenshot that shows like something towards the progress of what's going on. And it feels like this is this one's. Boom. Alright, so with that, what's gonna end up happening is, for all of you over in YouTube land, don't forget to do liking and subscribing and all that kind of nonsense. And I do hope to see you in the next one at 7 p.m. EST tomorrow. And same with you over there on TikTok. We are going to be wrapping up.